Oh, that's interesting. I just noticed like one new thing in that opening, and then suddenly Kyobi goes like, "Wait a minute, someone's at the door." The thing I noticed too has something to do with a door. I'm a little nervous. Is Kyobi gonna be okay? Oh, there we go, there we go. It's a wholesome visual novel about friends at school. There's nothing ever that's gonna go wrong here. I mean, look, we went back into more friendship, right? I will say something though. If it's not me falling asleep or getting headaches, now suddenly it's my stomach. Oh boy.
まあどうぞご自由に。レナにそっけなかった。
Yeah, who knew that Oyashiro-sama was such a fan of people staying at home?
慣れ慣れしい子だと思われちゃったかな。
照れてるだけだよ。
でも本当にそっくりだね。双子ってよりももう一人のみーちゃんみたいな感じ。
外見は似てるけど雰囲気っていうか中身は全然違うだろう。そういう双子も面白いと思うけどな。
ケイチ君はそう思う？中身もそっくりだと思うよ。
Okay, you might want to clarify.
レナさ、今日言ってたろ。ミオンが傷つけられたなんて話。
そんな話したかな？
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of ways that you can go with that line. What was it again? That they're the same on the inside as well as the outside, right? And then Keiichi rings around something that she said earlier to kind of curb your interpretation towards that.
だからとぼけるなよ。
So you can read that in multiple ways. First time reader might be like, you know, they're the same on the inside because Mian and Shion are the same, duh. Right?
確かに言ったよ。今日の学校からの帰り道で。
Is the volume too low? I mean, you can raise the volume, or I can raise the game volume a little bit. Is that what you want?
もし仮にそういうことがあったとしても、それは俺には悪意はなかったんだよ。
うん、きっとそうだと思う。圭一君に悪気はなかったと思うな。
Hang on. Okay, so something that he did has hurt me on unintentionally. And if you remember the beginning of the chapter, that might have been a very big clue, I think. But they really don't shy away from it. At least I don't think so.
誤解しないでほしいんだけど、別にレナは怒ってるわけじゃないよ。
But to be fair, though, they really reinforced the idea that like Keiichi's not getting the picture, right?
ただなんていうのかな、難しいなって。
俺に落ち度があるならはっきりそうだと言ってくれないか。俺は自分でも呆れるほど鈍感なんだ。謝るべきことがあるなら少しでも早くそれに気づいて謝罪したいと思ってる。
別に圭一君に落ち度なんかなかったと思うよ。考えようによってはずるいのはみーちゃんの方なのかもしれないし、ずるいのが女の子だって居直るのもまたずるい気がするし。
I'm a little confused by what she's saying here, even with like feature context.
頼むよレナ。ミオンは俺の最高の仲間の一人だ。遺恨を残してなんか付き合いたくない。だから教えてくれよ。俺は何を傷つけてしまったんだ。
ダメだよ。こういうのは自分で気づかなきゃ。
I mean, that's part of the effort of trying to understand someone else's like thought process and mentality. Yeah, it's it's a process that you have to figure out on your own. You can't just be told everything, but I still feel like a gentle push in the right direction would be really helpful here.
それに気づけないからこうして頼んでるんだろ。
Like having the right tools to figure it out.
じゃあヒントだけならいいかな。
Oh, there we go.
特別なんだよ。
すまん、頼む。ちゃんと考えるから。
Oh, well, here's again the problem, right? Let's say that Keiichi figures it out. The problem is he still thinks that. Well, hang on. We're gonna just stop. I'm not gonna say anything.
しーちゃん、髪の毛を上げて結んだらみーちゃんと見分けつかなくなるんだろうね。
うん、そうだな。
じゃあさ、みーちゃんが髪をほどいたらやっぱりしーちゃんと見分けがつかなくなるのかな。
多分な。でもそれとこれと何の関係があるんだよ。
もしもだよ、双子の妹なんて話は嘘で、あれは妹のふりをしてるみーちゃんだったらどう思う？
Okay.
質問に質問で返すようで悪いけどさ、レナの言う通りミオンがシオンのふりをしていたとして、それは何のためだよ。
そこを考えてほしいな。ヒントにしては多すぎかも。はあ、ごめんね。頼まれてるお買い物があるからそろそろ帰るね。しーちゃんには挨拶もせずに先に帰っちゃってごめんって伝えておいてもらえるかな。
ああ、伝えておく。
ごめんね。
え？
レナって怒りんぼなの。怒ってごめんね。圭一くんだけが悪いわけでもないのに。 みーちゃんだってもうそんなに気にしてないことだと思うの。だからなかったことにして忘れちゃってもいいと思うんだけど、でもね、同じ女の子としては圭一くんに自分で気づいて自分で謝りに来てほしいなって夢を見ちゃうの。
Okay, so Rena gives a gentle push in the right direction for Keiichi, right, with that clue, which also helps the reader figure out at least the general direction that you can take with this chapter, right? So, what options do we have here? Shion, Mion, same person, Shmion, right, is what we'll call them. So we'll say that Shmion exists, in which case that's one way of looking at this chapter. The characters are one. The others are the individual beings. Shmion, yeah, my favorite character is Shmion. Freaking that name sounds so stupid. I mean, how would you say it in the reverse? Mishion? Like, Shmion's the best way to say it, right? They're the same entity. If that's the case, you still have the same problem of being able to convey your feelings to one personality over the other, right? If that's how you're reading it, you can think of it as like they're just like actual same sides of the coin but different personalities, like psychologically. Or you can just say that it's Mion who's just pretending to have a younger sister, and it's all just an elaborate plot to get Keiichi to maybe notice her. I mean, that seems to be the obvious implication, right? Or there can actually be separate characters, like I said. That's, you know, approach 2. However, both of them still have their own kind of like problems, right? That if, let's say they are separate characters, like I said, if Keiichi's on the wrong way of interpreting it, right? Let's say I think that they're the same individual. The problem there is that you're not actually conveying your emotions and your apologies to the right person because they're separate people. Shion is not Mion, Mion is not Shion, right? And you essentially have like split their characteristics into like opposites, where you're saying like Mion's only masculine and Shion's only feminine or something like that. And the problem there is that there is a reinforcement of a bias that Keiichi has, right? Which has been shown throughout the chapter, where even though he's been given proof of the opposite of his belief, that, you know, Mion has more to her than meets the eye, right? He refuses to actually acknowledge that. It's kind of like a repetition of chapter 1 in the sense that it's not Rena who has the axe in her hand, right? It's just a person who looks like her. A person who has a disturbing kind of personality, but that's not Rena, right? That's kind of the issue. That if you're unable to see that a person is able to have other sides to them, then you're reducing their identity to a very small box. And part of Higurashi is showing that other side. I think that's kind of, that will get more clear as you go through the story. But it isn't, I still can't say anything else, can I? So I still have to be vague. It fucking sucks. Yeah, part of Higurashi is showing the other side of the coin, right? But there's more to it than just, oh, you actually were never a good person. Or, oh, you were always lying to me, right? There's a reason why both sides are still part of the same body.
お待たせしました。やっと終わりました。
今日は本当にありがとな。
I mean, it's kind of difficult to commentate Higurashi when you are early on, right? Because if you're a first-time viewer, I feel like a lot of your energy goes towards understanding the mystery of it. and what seems like kind of small clues end up kind of compiling and making obvious sense later. So it would be kind of weird for me to just say everything right now.
どれもすごい美味しかった。みんなも喜んでたよ。
いえいえ、そんな。でも喜んでもらえて嬉しかったです。あれ、さっきの女の人も帰っちゃったんですか？
買い物があるって言って帰ったよ。先に帰って申し訳ないって伝えておいてくれって。
So anyway, when you're reading this chapter, take a side, right? You could be wrong about it, but it's okay, right? You can be like, I think they're the same person or they're separate individuals, because if you do that, you can start understanding the flip side, like the opposite argument. That's my personal opinion. If you read it like that, because let's say. I know exactly what I want to say, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say it still. That's.
そうですか。
I'm sorry, Shion. Look, it's just like I know people really want to hear my thoughts and everything, but part of the fun of Higurashi is also going through the. I can't even use that word. It's part of going through the hoops. All right, we'll use hoops instead. You're jumping through a bunch of hoops trying to understand like what's the story throwing at you and trying to find what's like truth from fiction, right? But
じゃあ私たちも表に行きません？
like part of the fun of joining the stream is also understanding the theories that might be go behind it, like how a scene is constructed. It might be interesting that way. Thematic qualities of like a work and all.
たとえオフでもバイト先は緊張しちゃいますから。
You know what? I'll just say it. I'll just freaking say it. Okay. If you the scene that Kyobi missed was like that random fight otaku scene, but the point of that scene, other than comedy and other than paying the debt that Shion did for Keiichi, right? Like Shion protected Keiichi from a bunch of delinquents, and Keiichi wanted to cover his debt, right? Other than those two things, it also gives a false idea, I think, is one way of putting it. So they really want to emphasize the feeling of togetherness in the first chapter, right? And then it all falls apart when Keiichi becomes paranoid that they're lying, that this actually isn't proof that he belongs, that he's gonna be eventually a victim, right? Chapter 2 sets it up pretty well as well, which is why you have scene after scene kind of trying to convince him and you that, again, he's part of the village, right? He's one of them. Now, instead of looking at what's there, you think about what's not there, right? You know how I said in the restaurant there was someone. Oh fuck! I'm not sure if I'm.
なんだか暗くなってきちゃいましたね。
It's fucking killing me.
もっと早めに終わらせてもらえる約束だったのに。でもいいかな。
I think I've never had to feel this emotion before covering a visual novel
ちょっとでもこうしてのんびりお話できる時間が取れたから。
ever. You like the whole point, in my opinion, for me when I cover a VN is like to talk about a bunch of things, but instead I'm holding back my words.
さて、自己紹介からしようかな。初対面はいきなりお姉と間違えられるという衝撃的な出会いだけで、互いに挨拶もしてないですからね。
I mean, that's part of it, but at the same time, I'm not sure if me as a first-time reader of Higurashi would have picked this up. And if I did pick it up, I would be able to say it, right? Because I don't know if it's true or not. But because I actually know if it's true, I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
私、園崎シオンと申します。お姉と似てるのは外見だけなんですよ。 お姉は大雑把で暑苦しい人なんだけど、私は几帳面だけど涼しい人なんです。
Okay. Sure. So there's a lot of miscommunication here. Why is Mion pretending to be Shion? Okay.
シオンは俺のことミオンからなんて聞いてるんだ？
お姉はケイちゃんのことお気に入りみたいですから、饒舌にいろいろと喋ってくれますよ。部活の話とか、やられたとかやり返したとか、そんな男の子みたいな話ばかりです。本当に仲がいいんですね。
Oh.
ケイちゃん、さっきからなんだか楽しくなさそうですけど。
あ、いや、そんなことないよ。
You said that you had a twin?
隠し事が下手なくせに嘘つこうとするんですよね。だから憎めないんですけど。ほら、あれ綺麗だと思いません？男の子でも綺麗に感じます？
へえ、綺麗だな。
ほら、あれ綺麗だと思いません？男の子でも綺麗に感じます？
Okay, so as we're going, got it. So I think I'm at least allowed to say that, right? That through this presentation of all the things that the village wants to show that Keiichi has, right? Like he belongs and all these friends and what the story is trying to convince him of. The question is what's not there. And I think that's actually really important to think about with Higurashi, especially in this chapter. I guess negative space?
ケイちゃんってこういうの初めてですか？
ああ、初めてだよ。こんな小物のお店なんかこうして連れてきてもらわなかったら一生入らなかったな。
So I'm gonna think about that in my head and I'm gonna let it swim around a little bit.
そういうのじゃなくて、こういう感じの。そんなに驚かなくてもいいじゃないですか。女の子と腕を組むくらいそんなに恥ずかしいことなんですか？
別に恥ずかしくなんかねえよ。腕が欲しけりゃ1本でも2本でもくれてやるよ。ほら。
Okay, so am I still gonna see pissed off face? Why?
ケイちゃんって本当に退屈しない人ですね。お姉のお気に入りってのもよくわかります。
いらねえなら引っ込めるぞ腕。
そんな喜んで拝借いたしますわ。反応を楽しみたいんで意地悪に質問しますけど、ケイちゃん女の子と腕組んだことあります？林間学校のキャンプファイヤーでってのはなしでです。
林間学校を封じられると辛いな。
So a thought just occurred to me, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So you know how? Okay, so approaching. Okay, again, two theories, right? Shmion is an entity of both Mion and Shion, or they're separate individuals. So Shmion is approach one. They're separate individuals is approach two. Okay, so if you think of this story as approach two, theory two, we'll call it that. You know how Mion is, to say the least, very shy, right? That she struggles to put out her emotions and say the truth. She stumbles on her words all the time. Well, there's a similarity in how Keiichi is as well, right? He's not able to actually handle this question, even though it's a very simple question. Like, have you ever been arm in arm with a girl? That's all it is, man. You don't have to be shy about it. If you've done it, you've done it. If you haven't, then you haven't, right? Simple as that. But they're still kind of like immature, but also very innocent in that, right? They haven't gone through that phase in their childhood life yet, that romantic kind of aspect that we all kind of look back on and feel nostalgic about. Yeah, that kind of childhood romance, right? They don't have that. So if you think of theory 2, again, Mion and Shion are separate people, then Shion is an intermediary. There we go. She's in between the two, like I said before. And what she's trying to do is trying to get the two together, right? But again, the issue is that there can be false signals like coming across here. The communication might not actually be going to each other. So that's ultimately part of the funny aspect of this chapter, I guess you would say, that Keiichi still has to struggle the same problem that we have right here, which is as simple as Shmion or separate individuals. So right now, you think she's hitting on Keiichi, right?
そうだと思いました。
そのいたずらっぽい笑い方、本当にミオンと同じだな。お前、本当にシオンなんだろうな。ミオンがシオンだって嘘をついてるんじゃないのか？
お姉がシオンのふりをしてるかもしれないって思ってます？
さっきまでは双子だと思ってたが、悪ふざけの仕方がミオンとそっくりすぎるからな。
口ではそんなこと言ってますけど、ケイちゃんはちゃんと私とお姉を区別してますよ。
区別ってなんだよ。
お姉がこうやって腕を取ってきたら、ケイちゃんドキドキしますか？
する。関節技でもかけられるんじゃないかと思ってビクビクする。おいおい、そんなにおかしいことかよ。
I'm still thinking about this idea right now.
肩腹を押さえて涙溜めるくらいに。
いえいえ、お姉ってしょうがないなって思ったんです。年頃の男の子と腕を組んで心臓を高鳴らすこともできないなんて。本当に女の子失格ですよね。お姉は男の子に生まれた方が良かったんじゃないかなって思うことありますよ。そしたら私も惚れてるかもな。なんちゃって
ミオンも男の子に生まれたかったなんて言ってたな。
お姉は女の子がしたいのか男の子がしたいのか中途半端なんですよね。まあ不吉祥な生き方のツケですからね。放っておいてあげてください。
Oh, this is on. So the version that I'm reading right now is a modified version of the Steam version. So I had to use a fan mod to change the Steam version to what it is right now.
さっきから実の姉に随分な言い方だな。
私ミオンのどことなく甘えたところ好きじゃないんです。
I mean, we don't have to use the PS3 sprites. You don't want to? We can just straight up go original, man. Take it back to 1983. Let's go.
シオンってミオンとあんまり仲良くないのか？
まあそこそこは仲良くやってます。でも姉妹として許せないなってところはいろいろありますよ。 あれ見てください。
Hang on, let me double check.
可愛いと思いません？
So, there are new ideas of actually. Hang on, there's something in my eye. Sorry. There's some new ideas that I haven't considered before because of the visual novel version of Higurashi. So I've always thought about character pairings as like a kind of compare and contrast, a foiling of other characters, right? That makes sense to me. It's pretty like in my mind when you start having a lot of character dynamics and interactions. I think of like character parallels as well, like shared experiences between characters and how they can grow because of them, because of the similarity of it. But what's happening here is a kind of different way that I haven't thought about it before. So again, if you're approaching this story as Theory 2, Shion and Mion are separate characters, then there's a kind of surrogate relationship that's happening right now. And I'm trying to think of how to explain that better. Ah, I get it. The surrogate relationship is that Keiichi is experiencing a romance that should have been reserved for Mion. If you're going with like they're separate individuals, right?
女の子ってどうしてこういうのが好きなのかな。
And then by having Shion in the middle between the two, you can read it as like she's actually trying to get the two together. But if there's something actually more malicious about that, then it's hard to tell, right? Because we still haven't like actually figured out what's the truth of the story here.
だって可愛いじゃないですか。ケイちゃんは可愛いって思いませんか？
I mean, everything feels very innocent right now, but the one thing that really clicked in my head was I actually never thought of Keiichi and Mion being kind of similar.
俺は男だから特にそういうのは感じないよ。
まあまあ。ケイちゃんはこの中で一番可愛いのはどれだと思います？
Like almost mirrors of each other, right? And yet, like twins not being mirrors of each other. I mean that's biased, I know, but
こっち側に並んでる4つは見覚えがあるな。
やっぱり有名なんですね。
like getting past that is kind of the point, right? Anyway, let's continue.
ケイちゃんでも知ってるくらいだから。最近イギリスから入ってきたばかりの新作なんですよ。
Never had to juggle two theories in my head while explaining something right now. God.
この辺ではまだ売ってますけど、都市部の方じゃ品切れ状態で安さがポイントのはずなのに変に高騰しちゃってるそうですよ。
女の子っていい年になってもこういうのが好きなんだな。
人にもよるでしょうけど、人形とかぬいぐるみとかを嫌いな女の子ってそんなにいないと思いますよ。
Depends on the person, but I think that girls who don't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far between. Okay.
あの男女のお姉ですら可愛いって言ってましたから。
Okay, which lends a more positive kind of like I'm trying to help, right?
へえ、ミオンも可愛いって言うのか。そりゃすごいことだな。
やっぱりあれが一番ですよね。ドレスのふわふわな感じが本当に。
それだ。この店のマスターに俺がもらったやつだ。
らしいですね。吉郎おじさんが日曜日のイベントを盛り上げてくれたお礼にって、お姉が連れてきた友達4人に配ったんだそうです。
Wow. I feel like there are so many scenes where this is so audacious. I feel super bad for Mion or Shmion right now.
ドレスの人形はケイちゃんがもらったんですね。どうでしたか？とっても可愛かったでしょ？
God, there were some examples of this prior in the chapter. I'm trying to remember the examples so I can say it.
じゃあその人形どうしちゃったんですか？
持っててもしょうがないからあげちゃったよ。
Wait, it actually snapped into his head? He's good? Hang on.
今日はみんな本当にありがと
Okay, so this is the major clue.
う。おか
Got
げ
it.
でイベントは大盛り上がりだったよ。大したものじゃないけど、これ今日のおだちんに。
あ、吉郎おじさん。私にはないの？おだちん。
あらあらあら。かわいいのが出てきましたわよ。
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
わあ、これかわいい。お持ち帰りしていいの？
Yeah, I mean, she helped jog my memory too. I'm just thinking about it right now.
本当に？
ってことは俺のもかな。お、なんだかやたら可愛いのが出てきたぞ。
So, no, let's keep going. Eventually, I'll find the words to say. I have an idea, but it's not fully thought out yet.
ケイちゃんには一番似合わないのが出てきちゃったね。
Okay, so this flashback actually shows that Keiichi was paying attention.
なんつうのか、プリティっていうかキュートっていうか、可愛いのは認めるんだが、着せ替え人形はちょっとな。
Sort of, right? Actually, not a. Hang on. So he's having a flashback. He's thinking about the scene, but he's also having internal monologue. He's realizing it now from the flashback. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. So, yeah, he's realizing it now because of the flashback. So it clarifies if he didn't notice the first time during the scene.
ケイちゃんが持ってたら確実に明日からあれな趣味の人扱いだね。うん。
But even without the CG, you can kind of tell based on her nervous laughing. Right, exactly. I'm not sure if this was the same thing in the anime, because I don't recall it, but in the visual novel, it's clear that everyone gets a present, except for one person. So why would you not give the one person who was not included the present, right? Why? That's the actual question here.
保身のためだよ。レナにあげないと夜道が怖い。
The doll was a part of the TV show, but not everyone getting presents.
違いない違いない。
ミオンにあげようかと思ったけど、ちょっと違うよな。
へへへへ、分かってるじゃない。私さ、どうして男に生まれなかったのかなって思う時あるよ。
What's that term? So when you feel uncomfortable about saying something, you say the opposite.
そうだな。
It's like oh, what's the? I mean, it's not tsundere, no. So for example, I'll give you an idea. If I let's say I say something negative about myself, right? Something self-deprecating, but the goal is to get someone to kind of help me feel a little bit better, right? So I'll say something like, "Man, I'm not really that good at fighting games anymore. Like, I don't know how to. I can't seem to win any matches. I don't know what to do, right?" And a part of me feels that's actually true, right? Like, I'm not good enough in fighting games anymore. But a part of me is also hoping that someone can convince me that that's not the case, right? That I still have it in me to play fighting games well. So that's kind of like the idea that's happening there when she says, what? There's just not a line here. I thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. You know, I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. So she was fishing for the opposite response, is essentially what she's doing, right? Now, the term or the phrase fishing for compliments actually sounds kind of negative. It's not really what I'm not trying to give like a negative analysis of what she's saying. I'm saying that she wants to, hang on. I'm saying that she wants to give a clear indication that there is a oh god, I never actually had to explain this before.
ミオンってかっこいい系の方が似合うやつだもんな。だからこの店の手伝いはシオンちゃんが来て正解だったと思うぜ。
Let me think.
その制服、ミオンなんかには絶対に似合わないと思うけど。
Here, let me just ask the chat. Have you never been in that position before? Have you never used that like conversational technique where you say one thing that you kind of believe in but want to be disproven in, such as, you know, I'm not really all that smart. A part of you actually believes that, but you want to have it disproven, right? You're feeling down and you're really hoping that someone can bring you back up. I think that's kind of normal. Like some people have done that for sure, right?
シオンちゃんにはよく似合ってると思うしさ。
それって
So I'm saying that Mion is doing the exact same thing. That she wants someone to bring her up. She wants someone to notice that she's being excluded here. Well then what's the logic of it then? If it's not that you want to be proven wrong, like I am stupid, I think I'm stupid, but I would like to be proven wrong. That's my mentality of it. What's your mentality?
ミオンの双子の妹なんだよ。性格は違うけど、外見は瓜二つなんだ。
そうそう。外見は似てるけど中身は大違いなんだよ。
Am I wrong in thinking that fishing has a negative connotation in that sense?
私は優しくて思慮深いけど、シオンは冷めてておっかない性格なんだよね。
Maybe it's neutral. I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
多分生まれた時にミオンの女の子らしい部分は全部シオンに行っちゃったんだと思う。ミオンと違って実にはにかんだ笑顔の似合う可愛い女の子なんだ。
Okay, so again, he's not noticing, right? It's like, God.
本当にいいのか？これタバスコとかがいっぱい入ってるとかそういう冗談じゃないのかよ。
もうお姉じゃないんですから、私そんなことしませんよ。
Okay, so it's 3 scenes where he's biased in a row, I think.
別に嫌なら無理しなくても、帰って自分で食べちゃいますから。
みーちゃんって不思議でしょ。女の子なんだけど男の子みたいっていうか。でもね、そんなみーちゃんも本当はすっごく女の子らしいんだよ。
レナ、お前ミオンにいくらもらったんだよ。
違うの。もうちゃんとした話をしてるんだよ。みーちゃんは部活の部長さんだからみんなのリーダーとして頑張ってるけど、本当はとっても可愛い女の子なんだよ。それ特に圭一くんには忘れてほしくないな。
This scene never happened in the show.
それでもう私何が何だか
And especially this
わから
flip
なくなっちゃって。
where, okay, so that's actually really good of them in the visual novel, because the whole point that Rena's trying to convince, the whole point that Rena is trying to say to Keiichi is that you aren't seeing, you aren't trying to understand Mion, right? You're not trying to see from her perspective. You are, you're not trying to be in her shoes.
うん。
I just wish I could say it in a better way. Why am I so off tonight?
ケイちゃんに悪気がなかったのは分かってる。分かってるつもり。
うん。圭一くんは人を傷つけるような人じゃないよ。だからみーちゃんが痛みを覚える必要なんか全然ないんだよ。
じゃあ何なんだろうね。
Got it. She's saying that Keiichi is not seeing it from the other side, right?
悔しいのか、それとも悲しいのか。
欲しかったあのお人形。
And if you're taking that imagery of the twins being the same body, the same coin, right? Then the problem is that he can't differentiate the two, which causes what as a problem. So I'm thinking about this argument that I'm trying to make for you. Okay.
レナがもらったのをあげても何にも解決にならないもんね。
It means that he sees things as a group but not an individual. Why is that a problem? Because the problem is that if he sees everything as a group and he can't see the individual parts, then he's not going to notice what's missing. That's the problem. There we go. That took a fucking while to say. So that means that he thinks that everything's okay because he can't see the finer details, right? Such as Mion is feeling hurt right now. That also, if you haven't noticed, Mion actually hasn't been in any scene in terms of like them playing together, right? She was in the competition at least, but she wasn't. If you believe in theory 2, where the characters are separate, right? Mion and Shion aren't the same person. Then she wasn't there, right? She wasn't actually at the restaurant. She wasn't actually at board games either. She had to leave for work. She also, at the very first scene that we see in the chapter, she wasn't actually given a doll. She wasn't part of the group anyway, right?
そうだね。
じゃあみーちゃん、
And it gets a little bit more nefarious if you think about theory 2, where they aren't the same person. Then that means someone's replacing her, right?
圭一くんにおねだりしてごらんよ。
そんなの できるわけないじゃない。
今さら恥ずかしくてできない？
ミオンじゃない私でもう一回やり直したい。
And that's where Theory 1 starts to come in, right? Like, the interesting thing about this chapter is it actually does a fairly good amount of not necessarily driving you towards one direction. There are ways that you can interpret it. You can read lines with a double meaning, right?
そうしたら今度はもっと素直になりたい。
Which is pretty fitting if you think about it.
ミオンとしてのケイちゃんとの関係はとても気に入ってるよ。わがままだと知ってるけど、もう
きっと気づいてくれるよ、ケイチくん。
そうかな。
レナも応援するから。みーちゃんの悲しみが軽くなる方法を探してみようよ。私を信じて。みーちゃんを泣かせたりなんか絶対にさせないから。
信じる。信じる。
きっとケイチくんはみーちゃんのことも分かってくれるよ。それでね、無神経なことを言ってごめんねって言って、あのお店にみーちゃんを連れて行って、あのお人形をプレゼントしてくれるの。
うん。
そうしたらみーちゃんもありがとうって言うんだよ。茶化しちゃダメだよ。
That's setting a really high expectation for Keiichi to recognize that and to like make amends, right? But so you think the exact same thing, right? But part of like, because I've been in this situation before, tons of times, where I have high hopes that I want something to occur, specifically relationship-wise, actually with friends. Like I hope someone notices that I'm having a lot of trouble in my life. I hope that, you know, maybe in a few days, a few weeks, that I can hang out with a bunch of my friends that I care about a lot again, right? I'm always like putting myself in that situation where, crossing my fingers, I hope to God that someone will notice because I'm unable to say it myself. I'm not sure that's relatable for a lot of people, but part of the pain of having that hope that someone will be there for you when you can't find the words to say it yourself. I'm trying to think of a way to explain this better if it's confusing to anyone. But let me just continue, okay? How about that? Part of the problem when you set up such high expectations and wishes like that is that when you start to realize that it isn't going to come true, you realize that I'm trying to connect this idea to the idea of negative space. The moment that you see what you want, you realize that there's a chance that you won't have it. And if you don't have it, then there's that empty realization that your hopes had no, like, real basis in reality.
素直に言うんだからね。
欲しいなって言ったら、ケイちゃん買ってくれます？
That's interesting. Okay, so anyway, we entered into the flashback by having Keiichi realize at least some of his errors, right? And then we switched from his perspective to Mion. We're given a clue of the thing that he's supposed to do. He's supposed to see the thing from the other side, right? And by being able to do that, he will truly make this group of friends a group of friends, right? And also, we went from that to this. Why would you say that? If I said I wanted it, would you buy it for me? I mean, if we're like talking more about that surrogate relationship, again, right? It's as if by playing off that you are Mion, you are denying her the thing that she wants most.
いいよミオン、今日までのお礼ってことでどれでも買ってやるよ。
だから私ミオンじゃなくてシオン。
じゃあシオン、シオンに買ってやるよ。
Okay, so what does that mean? That means after the flashback, even though he realizes something, which is, I made an error, he doesn't realize there's another error, if there is one.
本当にいいんですか？あのドレスのだけはちょっぴり高いんですよ。
値段の問題じゃないだろう。気持ちの問題だよ。
私今日はケイちゃんに嫌なお客さんから助けてもらえて本当に嬉しかったです。
You know what's really funny? I just got done with Cyrano de Bergerac, and if you don't know anything about that story, it's essentially about a Renaissance man named Cyrano de Bergerac. He can do sword fighting. He's a poet. He loves art. He is whimsical. He's intelligent. He has an amazing way of words. Like everything. Like he does everything, right? The only problem is that he has a gigantic nose. Like it looks really ugly on him, right? And he's worried that just because of his looks, he'll never be able to find true love, right? And his true love is Roxanne. So instead of confessing his love with the belief that his love interest will see him for his true self, right? He has everything. This guy's an amazing character, right? He stops that, and instead, he has someone else play the role of him. And through that surrogate relationship, he affirms that Roxanne loves him through someone else. That sounds really awkward, I know. But pretty much Roxanne in the story is kind of like trying to figure out who's the best relation in this story
先
here.
輩たちもみんな助けてくれなかったのにケイちゃんだけは助けてくれました。私の肩をグイって引っ張ってくれましたよね。
I think Roxanne is Keiichi. Yeah, that might be right.
あの時すごくかっこよかったです。なのに私恥ずかしくってちゃんとしたお礼もできなくって。
そんな難しいのは抜きでいいよ。あの時あげてればよかったんだ。そうすればみんな楽しく笑ってられたんだ。
So the problem of that story, the play, like the obstacle, right, in that story, is that does true love exist? Does true love exist, and can it see past one's exterior? Yeah, sure, that's one, but there's a little bit more to it. Hang on. It's so hard to put this into words.
今買ってくれよ。
Because something gets super complicated once you start pretending that someone is someone else.
そこで待ってろよ。
私も一緒に行きます。
What is the thing that gets complicated when you pretend that someone is someone else? It's that you're not loving the actual person, you're loving the image of the person. That's the problem. Okay.
お姉がどうしてケイちゃんのことを好きなのか私よく分かった気がします。
Yes, that's it. And that's the issue that arises in Cyrano de Bergerac. You're loving the image of someone.
ね
Therefore, that's where it gets really strangely complicated, right? So even though Cyrano makes Roxanne fall in love with him, in quotes, through his words, right? The problem is that's an image. Even though love is supposed to be internal, and the words that make Roxanne fall in love from him are from the heart. The issue is that it's still an image. It's not truly the whole. That's it. There we
ケイ
go.
ちゃんのことちょっぴり好きになってもいいですか？
And so, if Shion and Mion are two halves to a whole, you kind of see where the parallels are happening now. It's oh god, it's interesting. Because I actually have never considered this when I watched the TV show, but how they're setting it up is getting particular. And I would make a lot more sense out of this if I were able to talk about what happens later, but I can't right now. Oh shit! Someone understands exactly what I'm talking about, yeah.
すみません。
Yeah, but this is what I would say in that case. How do I pronounce your name? Etika. I'll call you Etika if that's okay with you. The thing I'd argue is that Shion is the, in quotes, ideal version of Mion, right?
表のショーウィンドウにあるドレスの人形が欲しいんですけど。
So wouldn't you argue that Christian, with the words of Cyrano, is the ideal version?
ケイちゃんそれになんであんたがここにいるの？
バイト中のお姉には関係ありません。
Okay, thank God. So I can finally stop fucking pretending now, right?
私、ケイちゃんとデート中なんです。
Okay, Jesus, do you know how hard that was to talk about this entire fucking chapter pretending that they were different people? Oh my, I mean, sorry, pretending that they're the same person. Like, seriously, I'm like, so there's two theories, guys, that they're the same person or separate people, and now finally I can just say it. They're different people. Jesus. God. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's how I feel.
なんだケイちゃん
Okay, so now guaranteed, you understand what the fuck I'm saying, right? So Mion was left out of the restaurant scene because it was actually Shion, okay? Mion has been left out multiple times, even though she's supposed to be part of the group, part of the friends, right? Why is that the case? She is club president, right? She has responsibilities to make like the group having fun. Like here's board games, here's stuff like that. But she also has responsibility to help out with her family when she's doing her part-time jobs, and so she's not included, right? But she's not just included because of like work. She's not included because people don't see her for who she is. That's kind of the obstacle for this problem of this chapter, right? And here's another thing. Not only that, she's also responsible as the older sister, okay? So you'll later learn what their family is like. You know that Mion lives with her grandma, but you don't know what the grandma's about yet. You don't know totally what their whole family is about. Once you figure that out, you'll understand more about why it's such a problematic issue to... I'm so exhausted. It's a problematic issue that is more than just coincidence, right? It's not just like, oh man, one little problem, right? It's the fact that that's her whole life.
最初からそうだって言ってますよ。園崎シオンです。
Oh god, man. It's like a damn burst. I can finally actually talk.
お姉の双子の妹ですよ。ケイちゃんだって私のことシオンって呼んでたじゃないですか。
Was anyone like dying on the inside this entire chapter, just holding it back?
どういうことなの？説明してよ、シオン。
別にお姉がご就寝のケイちゃんってどんな人なのかなって思ってデザートフェスタのチケットを都合してあげたんです。そしたらケイちゃん、私が嫌なお客さんに絡まれているところにさっそうと現れて。
Yeah, so guys, there's actually still two theories, okay? So one theory is they're separate people. The other theory is Shmion was always correct, okay? Keiichi has gone crazy. He's gone crazy. He thinks they're two separate people, but actually they're one person. All right, Kyobi, go ahead.
バッタバッタとなぎ倒して私を助けてくれて。
ミオンが電話をくれたろ昨日さ。
しないよ私。何のことか全然わかんない。
私ケイちゃんのためにお弁当を届けてあげたよね。あれは私だもんね。それともあれお姉だったの？園崎ミヨンともあろうお方が手作り弁当を作って男の子の家に海外しく届けに行ったと？へえ、お姉って見かけによらず大胆。
いや知らない知らない。
ほらねケイちゃん、お姉は知らないって。だから昨日までのは全部私、園崎しおんなの。私のふりをしたお姉かもしれないって思ってたかもしれないけど、これで疑いは晴れたでしょ。さあ店員さん、表のショーケースの人形包んでくださいね。大好きになった人からの初めてのプレゼントだから、ちゃんとリボン付きで梱包してほしいです。
そんな。ケイちゃん、何がどうなって。
Okay, so now, so at the current moment, this clarifies intentions, right?
じゃあ行こ
To some degree, Shion is trying to get these two together.
うケイちゃん、もう暗くなってきたからお家まで送ってあげるね。
Okay, so for the love of God, let's not actually have Shmion be part of the theory anymore. Okay, so we're past that. There's two separate fucking sisters. Let's keep it at that. Don't think that they're like Jekyll and Hyde. Okay, no, there's no Shmion. Shmion does not exist. Get that out of your head. So now we're moving past that into a more important question. Okay.
おね、悪いけど沖宮の家に電話して車を回すように言ってもらえる？自転車も積めるようにワゴンか何かで来てほしいって伝えてね。
Get out! God, I don't want any more Shmion theories. Okay, so anyway, now that we're past that, now we're calling into questions intentions. Okay, so that's where we have to go from this story right now. The intention of Shion.
ケイちゃん。
God, freaking! No, stop the Shmion bullshit. I don't want any more. If you put Shmion in either of their clothing, they would look. Where am I even going with this? Not easy being green. Okay.
だから初めましてじゃないですって。昨日まで毎日お会いしてたじゃないですか。
もういい。お前がそうだって言うならそういうことでいい。しかしそっくりだな。ミオンみたいに髪を後ろで結んだらやっぱりミオンそっくりになるのか？
さあ試せばそうなるんじゃないですか。私たち筋金入りの一卵性ですから。昔は服を取り替えっこしただけで誰も見破れなかったものです。お姉と一緒に断るごとに入れ替わっていろいろと騙したりしましたっけ？なあに葛西、その深いため息は。
失礼しました。 昔から変わられないなと思っただけですよ。
Man, if you could just see what Kasai looks like right now.
それよりケイちゃんの家ってこっちでいいんですか？葛西はその先本家の道以外はひなみ沢をよく知らないから。任せておくと矢後地あたりまで走ってっちゃいますよ。
Okay, well that's a little bit of a clue here. Aside from the road that goes to Sonozaki main house.
そりゃ困る。すみません。次の右に入る細い道のところで止めてください。そこまでで結構です。
Kasai is the steering wheel. Shoot me, please. Isn't that car the exact same car that Oishi drives? Like they didn't even bother making a different car.
あ、どうもすみません。今日は送ってもらってありがとうございます。
Oh God, please. Oh, there it
圭一
is.
さんでしたか。
Wait, hang
お
on.
前
Does he look different? Oh shit! Look at that guy. Oh shit! What happened to his forehead? What the fuck? His forehead is so gigantic. It's like a gigantic rectangle. What the hell? I mean, I feel like they really captured that space on his forehead. Yes, they really captured it here.
あ、はい。
いろいろと災難はあると思いますが、そのうち飽きると思いますので、どうかそれまでご辛抱ください。ですが、ミオンさんと同じで根は優しい方なんですよ。
Yeah, I believe it.
それはつまりミオン並みに迷惑をかけるやつだということですか。
Possibly.
じゃあねケイちゃん、また会いましょうね。お姉にもよろしくお伝えください。私も明日からひなみ沢の学校に通おうかな。
絶対に来るな。シオンが転校してきたら俺が沖宮の学校に転校するから。
Wow, rude.
それはすごくひどいことですよケイちゃん。
Okay, so again, part of the initial problem was that Keiichi was not able to see things from the other side, right? So now everything is going to be perfectly fine, right? Now that we understand that Mion was, out of the picture and Mion and Shion are actually separate individuals, right? Everything's going to be perfectly fine now. We're going to have a hunky-dory story where everyone's like all included and we're all going to be friends. Okay, so anyway, if that was the problem of the initial first portion of this chapter, then there's an extension to that question. And if you think about it hard, it kind of makes sense. In fact, it makes a lot of sense. But it won't be immediately relevant until we go further into this chapter, right? Okay, Kyobi, let's keep it super simple. Shmion doesn't exist. They're separate individuals. Done. That's all it is, okay? Mion has feelings for Keiichi.
今日のミオンさん、徹底的に変ですわね。
一部始終を知ってはいるんだが、なんとも説明しづらい。
Does Shion like Keiichi too? I think that's up in the air. For now. No. Leave it up in the air for now.
女の子には不安定になる時もあるのです。放っておいてあげるのが一番なのですよ。ケイチくん、こっちこっち。
なんだよ、こんなとこに呼んで。内緒話か？
え とその災難だったみたいだね。
You know what? Screw it. Shion is just like a high level a high level cosplayer. She can cosplay as any character in the story. So right now, that's not actually Rena. That's Shenna. Okay? Right, you can tell because of her laugh. That nervous laughter is an indicator that it's not actually the person that's like in front of you. It's like Shion as Rena.
みーちゃんかなり壊れてたけどなんとか直しておいたから。
よく直せたな。一体どうやって？
テレビと同じ斜め45度くらいの角度でえいって。
Actually, just to double check that. What present are you talking about? Because I thought that Keiichi bought the present and gave it to Mion in that final scene when they were in the toy store. Was I wrong about that?
明日からは大丈夫だから。だけどケイチ君にもお願いしたいことがあるの。
How can you be that clueless? Wow, Ryukishi, I understand why you wrote that, but damn, I
悪気はないんだが、なぜか罪の意識もある。
let me have a flashback about how I messed up and didn't include Mion. Let me buy the very thing that Mion wanted and give it to her sister.
何でも聞くぞ。
助かる。みーちゃんはね、昨日までの数日間のことなかったことにするから。
No, slap it out of her hand. Who gives a shit? Like, sorry, here, Mion, this is for you. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. Because after the flashback, he buys it. But there's something that Shion said afterwards, though.
だからね、
Because I thought she set it up for Mion afterwards. But fuck, whatever.
ケイチ君もなかったことにしてあげて。それでみーちゃんいつも通りだから。
Okay, you know what? You know, Data, you're right. If that happened, I wouldn't say slap it out of her hand. I'd say buy another doll and give it to her. And then, like, walk out of that store with both sister in your arms, okay? One on the left and one on the right.
そんな簡単なことで本当に大丈夫なのか？
お願いだからみーちゃんの心の整理がつくまでそっとしておいてあげてよ。
わかったよ。
Okay, alright. So clearly, first, I need to use the restroom pretty soon, but let me just reread this. Okay. Okay, so based on what happened, because he fucked up so hard, Mion's feeling really bad right now. She's just gonna pretend it didn't happen. So instead of addressing the issue, we'll just let it go. Alright, got it. So now we're all caught up. Let me get some water and I'll be right back too. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I mean, Skrill makes a point here, right? He's young. He's he's a little clueless about romance. I get it. Yo, Veda, what's up, man? Not like we haven't done dumb shit when we were kids too, okay? We had, and don't pretend that you haven't, because we had tons of people mention the most cringe-worthy screen names that you've made when you were younger kids, okay? We've done dumb shit. But still, give me a little bit of room here to critique Keiichi, okay? Because that's part of what we have to do. The dumbest shit any of us have done.
ケイチ君も分かったでしょ
You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let me get this out of the way. So then we can start talking about the visual novel, and we don't have to feel all too bad. Okay, so Keiichi has done some unfortunate things in this chapter, but let me think of something that I've done that's dumb. Super stupid thing.
Mi ちゃんにも可愛いところがあるんだって。
ああ、退屈しないやつだということが分かった。
よかった。ケイチ君がそれに気づいてくれれば、この数日間の出来事はすぐに笑い話になるんだよ。今日は部活も何もなし。今日だけは申し訳ないけどケイチ君、下校は一人でいいかな。明日からは元通りだから今日だけね。
分かったよ。ミオンに面と向かって言えないからレナに言っとく。なんだか申し訳ないな。謝る。
元はといえばケイチ君が無神経なことを言うからいけなかったんだよね。これに懲りて少しはデリカシーってものを身につけるんだよ。
へいへい、努力します。
I feel like if I just dig a little bit deeper into like the subconscious that I've repressed from my childhood, I'll find the truth that I don't want to remember. And I'm digging, and slowly something's like emerging out of this, but I'm not sure if I should dig deeper. Because sometimes you want to suppress that shit. You don't ever want to remember the past that you've lived as a kid.
ケイチもミーもいっぱいいっぱいお勉強しましたですね。
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we shouldn't be overly critical of Keiichi, right? Because it's believable that at that age you can make silly decisions like that. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Especially when it comes to like social mistakes. Come on, plenty of us have done that, right? I make social gaffes all the time, even with close friends.
きっとケイチは素敵な大人になれますですよ。なでなで。
リカちゃんはお勉強家だからすごい素敵な大人になれそうだな。
もちろんなのですよ。
Okay, I can think of something that I'm very embarrassed about, to the point where I almost don't want to mention it. There was a creative writing project in 7th grade, I think, and my substitute English teacher wanted to have some type of writing project in class, and everyone wrote things, and I wrote the most cringeworthy story that I could think of. The only thing I remembered about it was that when I was that young, I wrote a story where all the characters were characters from I don't want to say it.
僕ら大人になったらすごいすごいのです。
I don't want to fucking say it, man. Just kill me.
あら、私も大人になったらすごいレディーになるんですのよ。
さとこはいくつになってもお子様だと思うぞ。かけてもいい。
なんですって？
I'll just say it in a roundabout way. You all know the show the characters are from. It's a show that involves Egyptian characters. There. I'll say nothing else.
いってー。何しやがんだ、さとこ。
How? Were bronies even a thing when I was in middle school? No, right? Yo, dude, Gargoyles was the shit, okay? I don't care what anyone says. That was actually surprisingly a well-written show.
Rika リカちゃんはどんな調子？練習はバッチリ？
去年よりは頑張りますです。
去年は終わった後ヘトヘトの汗だらけだったんだよね。
今年はもっともっと様になってますわよ。
Makes me wonder, is that how it works in every chapter? I mean, don't answer that, because I'm trying to remember myself.
特訓の成果、ご期待遊ばせですの。
Like, the obvious midpoint of every story is the festival. Makes it pretty easy to structure as a writer. No, here's the thing. Kyobi, I perfectly understand what you're talking about. Like, I was hella chuny when I was younger, too. And now I've kind of settled down. You guys know who Juicebox is, right? Juicebox, the fighting game player? That was me, freshman year college.
じゃあ僕たちは失礼しますです。明日を楽しみになさいませ。それではごきげんようですわ。
Oh, you guys don't know who Juicebox is? Oh shit. Oh, okay. Phew. I'm fine, never mind. Has it been that long? People don't know
そういえば
anymore?
聞いてなかったんだけど、祭り会場ってどこなんだ？この辺って祭りのできそうな場所なんてあったっけ？
フルデ神社でやるんだよ。ほら、以前にみんなでお散歩した時に行ったでしょ。
Yeah, that person.
あの見晴らしの良かったところ。
Okay, so see? Everyone has those moments, okay? Let's purge our emotions into the chat. Get it out.
神社には立派な集会所とかもあって、老人会のカラオケとか習字サークルの会合とかを時々やってるからね。単なる神社というよりは公共施設のような雰囲気だね。
Oh, that's actually a little surprising to me.
なるほどね。それなら立派なのも納得かな。
みーちゃんちも今日の設営にはお手伝いに行くの？
I mean, we're trying to relate to Keiichi, right? Like we maybe been a little bit overcritical of him, and it's part of the problem in chapter 2, but let's make it realistic, okay? Let's throw out the shit that we've done into the chat so we can totally focus on Higurashi.
うん、男手がいるからね。町から親類が大勢手伝いに来るよ。
You were singing the Sonic song? Oh, that's pretty good.
俺みたいのが飛び入りで参加するとかえって邪魔になるか？
God, man. Did you know that I flipped people off when I was in elementary school because I didn't know what the middle finger was?
ケイちゃん手伝いに来てくれるの？
迷惑なら行かねえよ。単なる興味だからさ。
Yeah, because I was really confused. Like, why are people like making this face at me when I show my middle finger at people? I was like, I don't get it. It's just a finger, guys.
ケイチくん頑張れるかな。テントを立てたりパイプ椅子を並べたり、結構重労働って聞いてるよ。
別に俺一人でやるわけじゃないだろ。みんなでやればきっと早いぜ。
じゃあ決定だね。行ってきなよケイチくん。みーちゃんはビシビシこき使ってあげてね。
Oh, there we go. Man, everyone's really trying to get us
レナの
together,
推
huh?
薦じゃ仕方ないな。じゃあさ、帰ったらラフな格好で神社に来なよ。汗拭き用のタオルもあるといいかもね。
よし来た。俺こう見えても太陽の下で汗をかくの嫌いじゃないんだぜ。
せいぜい腰を痛めないようにね。じゃあおじさんはこの辺で。私も着替えたらすぐに神社に行くから。
みーちゃんも頑張ってね。バイバイ。女の子は切り替えが早いんだから。もうみーちゃんも大丈夫だよ。
Really? I'm not sure. Like, the pessimist in me, at least when I was younger, I could never get past like bad shit happening to me, man.
うん。あれだけ綺麗に切り替えてくれるとこっちも実に合わせやすい。
But tell you what, if you were able to get past things that happened to you, I was like, I admired that.
でも面白かったでしょ。シンデレラみたいっていうのかな。魔法が解けたらもう会えないってところが。
そんなに面白いならレナももう一人の自分を演じればいいじゃないか。
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough. It's tough to bring you back from that, right? Like, to approach someone properly and not give them, to not have like prior history influence my opinion of someone that I feel like I should give a second chance. It's hard to do that, but I try.
面白そうだね。じゃあケイチくんはどんなレナに会いたいかな。
I know some people get really offended if you bring up something in the past that they did wrong, and I'm like, okay.
アイドル真っ青のルックスと俺の言うこと何でも確実に聞く器量よして頼む。
そんなの無理。
料理上手でお昼のお弁当を作ってくれて朝は迎えに来てくれて。
それいつもやってる。
竜宮レナなんだろ。レイナじゃなくてレナだから。レナはいつまでもレナのまんまでいろ。
ありがとう。お祭りのお手伝い頑張ってね。
おう、明日祭りで会おうな。
Oh, thanks for the follow, man. I'm gonna read this one more time. Okay, so, you know, Mion's back to her normal self and things feel pretty hunky-dory again. It's like the magic kind of wore off. You know, if you think it's like that, you should try pretending to be someone else too. One with a bust size of at least 90 and huge knockers. Okay, she already does that, exactly. Interesting.
ん？前原君であるか。関心である。綿流しの準備のお手伝いに来たのかね。
ああ、どうも。何かお手伝いできないかなって思いまして。
首相な心がけである。存分に汗を流すがよいぞ。ガハハハハハ。
ありゃ、前原の兄ちゃんじゃねえの。
You know, there's surprisingly a fair amount of background images for this.
ひょっとして手伝いに来たのかい？
おっす。手伝いに来ました。よろしくお願いします。
若いのは元気があっていいね。ほら、軍手つけてテントは組んだことあるかい
？Sometimes, but I don't remember how to do it.
いえ、初めてっす。
じゃあ、兄ちゃんは天幕の内側に入って天骨の紐だけ結んで。結んだら足を立てて残りの紐も結ぶからな。
蝶々結びでいいんですよね。よいしょ、よいしょ。
結んだか。立てるぞ。いっせーの。ほれほれ、感動してる場合じゃないぞ。まだまだたくさんあるんだからな。トラックにテントを積んであるからここまで持ってきな。重いから2人でやれよ。
大丈夫っすよ。俺こう見えても結構力あるんすから。
だから2人で運べって言ったろ。ほれほれ。ほら、一番若いんだから汗しないとダメだぞ。頑張れ頑張れ。
I mean, in all honesty, it does feel like Keiichi is the weakest person in this entire story.
終わった後のビールがうまいぞ。
俺未成年だし。
Actually, yeah, you're right. That's true.
若いからね。担当のみ。
ありがとうございます。
Man, I remember when I went to college and I started drinking, I was like, drinking is not all that it's made out to be. Like, what the fuck? Who gives a shit about this?
リカちゃんか？おーい、リカちゃん、頑張れよ。
I only realized, like, the only type of alcoholic drink that I enjoyed was mixed drinks. I was looking kind of fabulous there, Rika.
リカちゃまも頑張るな。去年に比べるとだいぶ板についてきたみたいだしな。リカ様、ありがたやありがたや。
He just makes that cool. Oh, I mean, it's a new chapter, so it's fair that he makes the connection now.
そうだよ。リカちゃまのフルデ一族は代々大社様をお祭りする由緒正しい一族なんだよ。一昨年神主様だったお父さんが亡くなられてからはああやって頑張って祭事を引き継いでおるんだよ。
Okay, so now I can start talking about this. Although it might have been mentioned last chapter in a newspaper clipping, but now I know.
この立派になった姿、神主様に見せたかったの。
リカちゃんのお父さんってお亡くなりになったんですか？
よし、休憩終わり。次は使わないパイプ椅子を沖小の体育館に戻しちゃおっか。
I mean, drinking on social occasions, I think is perfectly fine.
マ
I
キ
do it.
さん K を回して何人か連れてってよ。
じゃあ前原君、最後にもう一働きしようか。
And some of those Vegas drinks are actually pretty good too, you know, so I'm not gonna skip those. But if you had 3 drinks in front of me and one was like, I'm trying to think. What would be something that might actually make someone flinch? Okay, so you have your favorite beer, whatever it may be, your favorite soda, or a mixed alcoholic drink that looks very delicious to you. What would you pick? So like, even though I'm not crazy for alcohol, I would still pick the mixed drink because I'm curious about it. Carrying a big cardboard box. Okay, hang on. Let me give you the right sprite. Oh, actually, can't change the sprite. This must be a specific scene for the PS3.
おお、頑張ってるぜ。ミオンも頑張れよ。ビールがうまいぞ。
Okay, never mind. Okay, so I feel like after all the reading that we've done to get to this point in the story, we're pretty much ready now. I have several ideas that I think have been introduced from all the interactions. We even fixed them, in quotes, right? This is the period in which Mion and Keiichi are finally talking to each other again, and things seem like they're back to normal. Almost like a reset, really. And all we're doing is preparing for the festival. Learned a little bit of information, confirmation that Rika is part of a big family. Her dad actually died. Joining in on the celebration, not like celebration, preparation. There we go.
ケイちゃんお疲れ様。はい、麦茶です。
お、気が利くな。サンキューみ。
Okay, hang on, hang on.
あ、お前は。
どうも、シオンです。気が利いているのはシオンの方。聞いてないのがミオンの方ですので、お間違いなきよ。
シオン。てめえ
What? No, Mion is hella considerate.
ここで会ったが100年目
ケイちゃんが勝手に勘違いしたんですよ。私は初めからシオンとしか名乗ってませんし。
それを言われると弱い。
そうそう、お姉にすらかなわないケイちゃんが私にかなうわけないんですからね。それより麦茶ぬるくなっちゃいますよ。
うん。
もう機嫌直してください。だからこれ仲直りの麦茶ってことで。
I think Kyobi was just double excited to pull Meteorite and Sheeteorite. If you think about it, it actually makes a lot of sense, right? So there's 2 Kyobis. Yeah, 2 Kyobis. One's in love with rhythm games, and the other one is in love with sports games. Yeah, that works.
今度はどっちだ本物のミオンか
I've talked to the other Kyobi too. I think his name is Shiobi. He really loves FIFA and Madden.
シオンあんたなんでまたケイちゃんと一緒にいるわけ
お姉と違って私は気配りとかできるタイプですから。汗だくになってたケイちゃんを放っておけなくて麦茶を持ってきたわけです。ところでお姉はなんで麦茶を2つも持ってるんですか？
いやこれは
Okay, too much teasing. It's like you're a third wheel now. Come on.
大雑把で自分さえ良ければいいお姉がクラスメートの男の子に海外しく麦茶を持ってくるわけないですよね。結局何なんです？その2つの麦茶は。
これはそのすっごく喉が渇いちゃって2杯は飲めるかなーなんて。
Oh my god. I'm
お姉らしい。
Come on, Keiichi. This is your moment to shine, okay? Just be like, yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit thirsty too. If it's okay with you, can I have a drink?
それ一気一気。
To be fair, my younger self probably wouldn't notice that though.
さすがはお姉、見事な飲みっぷりでした。ケイちゃんも拍手拍手。
ミオンってシオンには頭上がらないのか？
私シオン嫌い。この前からもっと嫌いになった。
Oh shit. It's your boy.
こんばんは。
Yo, what up, man? It's been ages. Look how buff this guy is. Look at those arms, man. They are made of steel. And then look at those fingers. What the fuck?
いよいよ明日がお祭りだね。今日は準備お疲れさん。
こんばんは。あら、シオンちゃん。珍しいわね、こっちへ来るなんて。
Wait, you know each other?
ありゃ、富武のおじさまに高野さんじゃないですか。
こんばんは。ご無沙汰いたしております。
いやあ、ケイチ君。今日は張り切って仕事してたね。感心したよ。
こんばんは。私はわかるかしら？
すみません、覚えがないです。
高野美代さんだよ。ケイちゃんはまだ風邪とかで診療所のお世話にはなってない？
Not in this chapter, but
美代さんは診療所で看護師さんをやってるんだよ。
okay, fine. So she's a nurse.
高野よ。よろしくね。
Hola, Edwin?
治療に来るときは教えてね。太めの注射針を用意しておくから。
そりゃご丁寧にどうも。
You know, it makes me wonder, is Higurashi really popular with Latin America? Because we have several people from South America who's ended up joining us for the stream.
いやー、一卵性ソーセージとは聞いてたけど、並んでみると壮観だね。
I remember asking that question last stream too.
本当にそっくりなんだな。
I just found that really cool.
そっくりなのは外見だけじゃないんですよ。ほら、下着もお揃い。
ああ、バカバカ、あんた何すんの
Was made 4 minutes ago. Oh, it's a bot? Edwin, how do I say, are you a bot? I don't know. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. Bot desu ka? That's Japanese. I don't know.
あの二人、昔はもっとそっくりでね。ご両親でもどっちがどっちかわからなくて手を焼いていたそうよ。
I mean, not like I could tell.
すごく想像に容易です。
Unless they kept their manner of speech the exact same, I'd be able to tell.
ご両親のご苦労がよくわかります。
富武のおじさまはまた綿流しの取材が終わったら東京にとんぼ帰りですか？
Oh, it's from Chile, huh?
うん。 本当はいつまでも滞在していたいんだけどね。
I'm hoping things are okay over there. I heard things have been really rough, not just because of, well, COVID, but because of other things. So
しがない大人の都合ってやつさ。
I'm crossing my fingers. You're doing okay, man.
お写真が早く素敵な賞を取るといいですね。お祈り。
ありがとう。今度来るときには今日撮った君たちの写真も持ってくるよ。
今日は前原くんもお疲れ様。
A little bit of both and a little bit of everything, you know.
慣れない力仕事で疲れたでしょ。
It's really scary what's happening around the world right now, and I get worried all the time for close relatives and friends and family.
まあ疲れたけど結構楽しかったです。
若さね、羨ましいわ。
おやおや皆さんこんにちは。
あら大石さん、こんばんは。明日の警備の下見ですか？
はははは。そんなところです。おや、富武くんじゃないですか。ご無沙汰しておりますね。
僕の名前を覚えていてくださったとは光栄ですよ。
あなたもつくづくひなみ沢が好きですな。
I mean, he visits like what, every year?
ここいらへんは東京よりもずっとアパートは安いですよ。いっそ引っ越してくればいいのに。仲のいい不動産屋を紹介しますよ。
それは嬉しいですね。その節はぜひお世話になりたいです。
ではでは皆さん、良いお年を。園崎の双子さんも良いお年を。
良いお年を、大石刑事。お仕事よろしくお願いしますね。
Happy New Year?
今年は皆さんの手を煩わせない綿流しにしたいです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
そうね。今年は警察のお世話にならない綿流しになるといいわね。
君も好きだね。
あら、二郎さんは嫌い？私、そういう夢のある話好きよ。
Man, she's always had this really... I can't really describe her voice.
潤いのない時代だからこそ、そういうのに憧れるの。
お社様のたたりか。
Sultry, yeah, there we go. I couldn't figure out how else to say it other than it's like a brush, like brushing something.
ケイちゃん、私お腹空いちゃったからさ、酒盛りのテントに行ってお菓子でも食べてこない？
そうだな。俺もちょっとお腹が減ったかな。
行こう行こう。
今年は誰が死んで誰が消えるんでしょうね。
You just break that out?
シオン、今なんて言ったんだ？
I mean, the last time she broke out something, it was the damn war. And she was all about, hey guys, you know, we are all together. There are good aspects to this community, and you know, we fought together as one. And now she brings that up, which was a deep divide last time.
行こうよケイちゃん。つまんない話だよ。
お姉はまだケイちゃんに話してないの？
私、そういう話は吹き込まない主義なの。
おいおいおいおい、何の話だよ。知ってるなら教えてくれよ。俺だけのけ者なんてなんだか気分悪いぞ。
じゃあさ、私先に酒盛りのテントに行ってるよ。早く来ないとケイちゃんの分なくなっちゃうからね。
ああ、分かってるって。すぐ行くから。
もしも聞いてないんだったら話してもいいけど、ひょっとすると聞かないで彼女と一緒にお菓子を食べに行った方が賢明かもしれないよ。
No, come on. Seriously, Keiichi? Look. I mean, we know exactly what he's gonna choose here. Let's be
ケイ
real.
ちゃんにも聞く権利があると思います。
So, dude, Shion, please, you're a third wheel.
お姉はその権利を奪ってただけです。
一体何の話だって言うんですか？
Come on, man. Did she actually invite you for dessert? I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first. If you don't come soon, Keiichi, there won't be. She essentially implied, you know, there's not gonna be nothing left. You should join her.
あんまりもったいぶられると不愉快ですよ。
前原君はタタリを信じるかしら？
タタリですか？面白いとは思いますけど、あんまり信じては。
ケイちゃんは間違ってないですよ。タタリなんて迷信もいいとこ。信じなくて当たり前です。
そうね。それにタタリを信じるかどうかは話を最後まで聞いてからゆっくり考えればいいことなんだから。
I don't know. I think long showers are an indulgence that's okay to have.
じゃあ少し僕が話そうか。圭一君はひなみ沢ダム計画を知ってるかい？
Okay.
確かひなみ沢が丸ごと水没する巨大なダムの計画が発表されたって言うんですよね。
Is that correct, by the way? Was it Mion at Angel Mart? Was it the other day when he's referring to that? Does he mean like with all the otaku that day, or he's talking about different fucking?
その通り。それに反対するために住民運動が結成され、国と激しい戦いを繰り広げたんだ。
It should have been the reverse, right? Exactly.
あれ？ずいぶん詳しいじゃないか。
Now I'm getting super confused because this is not something that Mion would say. So either this is a typo twice, or Keiichi's getting confused. Because there's a reason why Mion won't mention that, right? She won't mention the damn war because it has a dark side to it and it paints the village looking bad. And that intentionally makes sense. Her intention to not talk about that makes logical sense. So in my opinion, this is Keiichi actually getting confused here.
その通りさ。
She might have mentioned it, but she also was really quiet about it, right? She didn't talk about the murders.
わずか1000人ちょいの村人たちが中心になって結束して国の施策を跳ね返したというちょっとした武勇伝なんだ。
And like whenever the dam was mentioned, what was it? There was something that they shut up on. Like whenever it was brought up in chapter 1, they said like, okay, don't talk about it.
その辺はお姉に聞かされてませんか？この辺りの武勇伝はお姉も好きですからね。
ああ、話してたよ。
Okay, so I'm still confused by... If that's the case, then I'm confused about this line here. Is it a typo, or is it legitimately... Because to me, that was Shion. That was not Mion. Whatever. I'll have to just throw it out of my head. We'll see.
そのひなみ沢の人たちが結束して旗揚げした反対同盟の事務所があったのがね、この神社なんだよ。
ほら、あの集会所がその名残よ。解散後は老人会のサークル活動にしか使われてないけど、
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
当時は
Shion
ま
as
さに
well.
最後の砦だったの。
Because thematically, it makes too much sense for it to be Shion. It has to be in my head. But anyway, let's move past that. Let's see what's here. Okay. Okay, they're still setting up.
「そんな心境だったんだろうね。彼らはひなみ沢の守り神様であるお社様を祀る神社に本陣を置くことで必勝を祈願したんだよ。圭一君はお社様は知ってるかい？この神社の祀る神様の名前だよ。ひなみ沢を守ってると伝えられてる。
いや、よくは知らないです。
そうか。じゃあここから先は高野さんの方が詳しいかな。タッチ。
平たく言えばそのままよ。お社様はこのひなみ沢に伝わる古い神様で、神聖なこの地が属性に汚されることがないよう守り続けてきたと伝えられてるわ。
Okay, so that very noticeable split again. So that's how they're defining it in this chapter. A kind of cut off from the other world, right? I'm gonna have to figure out how to explain this one a little bit better. If Shion and Mion are both sides of the same coin, the problem is how they're described, which is as if they're opposites of each other, even though that's not necessarily true. It's as if there's a defining cut in between them.
お社様崇拝は一種の先民思想の表れではないかと研究されているわね。先民思想って言葉わかるかしら？大昔のひなみ沢の人たちは自分たちは人間とは異なる格の違う存在だと強く信じていてね。
I'm gonna go back and read that. Hang on, let's start from here. Okay, so the idea of differentiating yourself, that, again, that split between you and others, right? That dividing line. Which is one of the critiques of nationalism, at least in World War II. To keep it super simple, it's the idea that when you define a nation's people, you have to start making, when you define who is part of a nation, you start making cuts on who belongs and who doesn't. That's the problem. That's one of like the academic critiques about nationalism. Let's see.
下界との交流を格が落ちるとして意味嫌ったそうなの。
Which is an interesting. I guess that makes sense why Ryukishi would think that too.
だから
Because he addresses it.
村に下界の人間が来ると不純が混じってお社様の罰が当たると強く信じ、
He addresses it
何者も近寄らせなかったそうよ。
in a future visual novel.
よそ者を嫌う村ってよく推理小説に出てくるだろう。典型的なそういう村だったらしいんだよ。
一応名誉のために断りますけど、 大昔のことですからね。今は違います。
なるほど。だから下界からやってきた汚れたダム計画に立ち向かうためにひなみ沢の守り神様の神社に本陣を置いたと。
円担ぎも万端。村人たちは視力を尽くしてダム計画に立ち向かうんだ。
Okay, and so while talking about Hinamizawa's past and how they have that kind of atmosphere, kind of history, that kind of history, we're in a group of outsiders as well.
その最中なんだよ。事実上、あの事件でとどめが入ったと言ってもいい。
Okay.
ひなみ沢ダムの建設現場の監督がですね、殺されちゃったんです。4年前かな。結構派手に新聞に載ったんですけど、覚えてません？
ちょっと知らないな。
部下と喧嘩してつるはしでめった打ちにされて、両手両足首をもいで捨てられたんだそうです。
バラバラ殺人だよ。
その翌年にはね、ひなみ沢の住人でありながらダム推進派のグループを結成していた男がね、旅行先で崖から落ちて死んじゃったの。これは事故だそうよ。
何しろひなみ沢中から敵視されていたからね。警察もかなり念入りに他殺の線を洗ったんだけど、結局事故と断定したみたいだよ。
さらに翌年、今度はね、この神社の神主さんが原因不明の病で倒れて急死しちゃったの。
前の神主さんは、こう言っちゃ失礼ですけど、ちょっと日和見な人だったんですよね。村中が反ダムで盛り上がってるのに、神主さんは放っておけみたいな感じで。
Right. And so because he was not part of the group, he died.
抵抗運動の象徴である神社の神主さんがそんな感じなんだからね。
I have never actually thought of Higurashi in this context before.
リーダーシップを期待していた当時の村人たちは失望し、中には怒りを抱く人たちもいたそうよ。
Not insider outsider, but as a reference to an historical answer to. I don't want to say it because let's keep going.
だから当時、年寄り連中はみんな言ったんです。
Okay.
これはお社様のたたりだってね。
You know, legitimately, I think it's actually there. I would have to look up an interview about Ryukishi's thoughts on this. Huh.
しかもね、面白いことにこれらの事件や事故は毎年必ず綿流しのお祭りの晩に起こるんだよ。
Okay, so after this scene, I'll bring it up, but I could be wrong. But legitimately, I think it's something that actually exists.
ね、ちょっとたたりっぽくなってきたでしょ。
さらに翌年、つまり去年だね。今度は事故死したダム推進派のリーダー格の男の弟夫婦の奥さんが撲殺死体で発見されちゃったんだ。もちろん 犯人は捕まったけどね。
ね、やっぱりたたりっぽいでしょう。
年寄り連中はこの数年の事件ですっかりお社様のたたりを盲信しちゃって、若い人たちだって最初はバカにしてましたけど、今は誰も茶化しませんね。
例えば今日のお祭り準備にしてもそうさ。ダムとの戦いで荒れていたとはいえ、何年か前までは綿流しはそんなに盛況していたわけじゃないんだよ。
まあそうですね。お社様のたたりの話がなかったらこんなにお祭りには集まりませんね。不信心者には罰が当たるかもしれない。だからお社様のお祭りには必ず出ようって言ってる人たち多いです。
Hang on. Okay, so the fear leads to people wanting to attend the festival, and that's because their belief in, obviously, this local deity. If you go against the beliefs, you will be punished. Okay. If you are not within the in-group.
どうかな。圭一君もひょっとしてたたりは本当にあるのではという気になってきたんじゃないかな。
I mean, in the previous chapter, the person who was explaining this to me was a cop. And, I mean, technically he was an outsider too. But it was a lot more logical, and therefore, at that time, it was hard to convince me. But it's different this time.
まあそれでもたたりなんかないと思ってます。
Okay.
ですけど信じる人たちの気持ちもわかるつもりです。
Yeah, but simply not believing is what puts you as an outsider, actually. And that's interesting. I actually didn't think of that until just now.
さすがケイちゃんは冷静に判断できてますね。
たたりでもなく偶然のはずもないなら、さてこれらの事件はどういうことになるのかしらね。
Okay, so after the scene, I'm going to ask the chat a few questions. And they're questions that are legitimate. It's not hypothetical. It's not like leading into a topic. Legitimately questions, right? Hang on.
高野さんはね、人間の仕業かもしれないって言ってるんだよ。
They're somewhat related to the story, but kind of not as well. It's more of addressing something that was mentioned in this scene.
だってそうでしょ。
So like you answering the question actually has no real impact on spoiling the story, in my opinion.
たたりでもなく偶然でもないなら、人の意志が働いてるとしか考えられないもの。
After C1. Ah, okay. And you're saying this.
人間が犯人なら確かにひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なんでしょうね。
You're saying what they're talking about is like the after credits scene. Okay. I got a little confused.
現に警察の大石さんはそう見てますから。
おいおい、そんなわけあるのかよ。
I'm still kind of bouncing an idea in my head right now because I'm trying to examine the story from a different angle now that it's never really occurred to me.
o お社様のたたりはダム計画抵抗運動の暗部じゃないかってささやかれてるんです。
Okay, alright.
ちょっと落ち着いて考えれば、誰が見たってひなみ沢の誰かの仕業だってわかることです。ダム工事に反対して得をする人以外動機がないじゃないですか。
There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project. Okay, so logically, that is why you come to this conclusion. Because why would you kill off people? It only would benefit this group.
それはそうだけど。
According to the group here, actually.
それにね、警察の人は知らないだろうけど、ひなみ沢の人間にはわかる、ひなみ沢の人間の犯行だという証拠があるんです。
What?
ごめん。でもその証拠って一体。
必ず一人が死んでもう一人が消えるからです。
Okay, okay. Alright, fine. Yeah, sure.
消えるって意味がよくわからないな。それは失踪するって意味か？
そうです。忽然と跡形もなく。
実はね、ひなみ沢の古い伝統の一つにね、お社様の怒りを鎮めるために生贄を捧げたというのがあるの。
People offer sacrifices to calm his wrath. I didn't know about that.
生贄？
ええ。すまきにされて底なし沼に生きたままじわじわと時間をかけて沈めたんですって。文献を調べた限りでは3日3晩をかけて本当にゆっくりとじわじわと沈めたそうよ。
It took that long for them to sink?
ほら、昔の人って結構ダジャレが好きでしょ。沈めるをかけてたんだと思うの。だから時間をかけて沈めるという意味があったんでしょうね。
この辺の話はまあ聞いて想像がつくと思いますけど、ひなみ沢の秘史です。ひなみ沢に昔からいる人なら誰でも知ってますが、それを口に出すことはありませんね。
高野さんはひなみ沢出身じゃないけどね、彼女は郷土史とか民間伝承とかが好きでね。
Yeah, I guess so.
全部独学で調べたんだよ。
そんなにかっこいいものじゃないのよ。単なる知的好奇心。子供と同じよ。ただの怖いもの見たさ程度なんだから。
ちょっと待ってください。ってことは何ですか？事件のたびに消えるという一人は生贄に捧げられているって言うんですか？
本当に生贄にされてるかどうかは別にして、過去の事件では必ず一人が死ぬ他に一人が消えてるんだよ。例えば一番最初のダム現場の監督が殺された事件も、複数犯のうちの最後の一人が未だ逮捕されてないらしいんだ。
それは単にうまく逃げおおせてるだけなんじゃないんですか？
Well, I mean, different decisions were made, right? Not like we met Tomitake really early on. We kind of just met him. What, is this the day before the festival?
別に生贄にされたというのとは違うのでは。
まあ僕もそうだとは思うんだけどね。で、次の年のダム推進派のリーダー格の男なんだけど、
確か旅行先で崖から落ちて亡くなったんですよね。
落ちたのは奥さんも一緒らしいの。
Yeah, but you met Tomitake in chapter 1 far earlier than chapter 2.
警察は懸命に捜索したんだけど、どうしても奥さんの遺体だけ見つけられないんですって。
Oh, this is actually chapter 2.
崖下の川は増水してたそうだからね。
But chapter 2, the third stream of it.
どこか川下の湖の湖底で土砂にでも埋まってしまったのかもしれないけどね。
Okay, so that person who disappeared could have been a sacrifice. And the wife who fell could have been a sacrifice. Okay.
"その翌年の神主の病死の時ははっきりしてます。奥さんが遺書を残したんです。死んでお社様のお怒りを鎮めに参りますってな感じのが、神主さんが亡くなった晩に自宅に残されてたそうですから。
Okay, one more time. He left a suicide note. Okay. Quelling the wrath of her. Okay, that's rather convenient, but okay.
まあ真相は闇の中なんだけどね。その奥さんが受水自殺した沼は、さっき高野さんも話した例のでっかい底なし沼ってことになっててね。
Okay, and she happened to drown in the swamp where people are sacrificed. Got it.
警察も沼を調べたそうだけど、遺品がいくつか見つかっただけで遺体は発見できなかった。警察は偽装自殺を疑って今でも探してるらしいよ。その翌年には、なんだっけ、ダム推進派の男の弟夫婦の奥さんだっけが殺されたんだよな。
消えました。北条聡君っていう私と同い年の男の子です。殺された主婦の義理の甥にあたります。
Okay. I couldn't tell from her voice, but sure. Okay, and then that's a clarification.
まあざっとこんな感じね。必ず一人が死んで、必ず一人が忽然と消える。
じゃあつまり一人目が死ぬのはお社様のたたりで、二人目が失踪するのは村人が生贄に捧げてるからだって言うんですか
？Okay, there we go.
ケイちゃん、たたりなんかないです。
Okay, so ignoring that just for a second, say there is actually a curse. Sorry, Shion. The idea is that the curse is a result of him being angry, the god, right? And the sacrifice is required to quell that anger. Okay, I get it. So
誰かがお社様のたたりという名で一人目を殺し、誰かがその生贄として二人目をさらってるんです。
and that's the logical version of it.
でもシオン、それじゃあ村の中に犯人がいるってことになるんだぞ。
私は初めからそう睨んでます。結構ショックですよ。この昭和の時代にそんな古い飲酒で人殺しが堂々と行われるなんて。
That's. I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mian enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa in his epic tales. So she had avoided talking about the curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was different. So then, what about that scene in which Shion protects Keiichi from the delinquents, and everyone comes together? So then that paints that in a different light, doesn't it?
Yeah, じゃあ皆さんはひなみ沢の誰かが犯人だと思ってるんですね。
Yeah, because she's like giving way too much information, and in a way she's kind of like throwing shade at the village. I can understand that suspicion.
じゃあ重ねて質問します。ひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なら、犯人は誰なんですか？
私が言ったのは所詮状況証拠ですからね。具体的に犯人の名前を知ってたなら警察に突き出してます。
はじめに誤解を解いておきたいんだけど、別に私は探偵さんのつもりはないのよ。本音を言うとね、犯人が誰かなんてことには興味ないの。
高野さんも困った人だな。
私はね、古式ゆかしい残酷な風習やおとぎ話に興味があるだけ。
Okay. That's a rather interesting hobby you have there.
知的好奇心で面白がってるだけなの。だから一連の事件も犯人は誰かってことよりも、事件の存在自体が古い因習がまだ根深く残ってることの証拠だって思って面白がってるくらい。
I mean, I can kind of get it, right? Something gruesome can also be kind of appealing.
私は全然面白くないですけどね。
What is the idea behind that again? Kind of like paintings that are so I mean, shocking is not the right word.
明日はいよいよ綿流しのお祭りですけど、誰にも死んでほしくないし、誰も消えてほしくないです。
Yeah, morbid curiosity is kind of it, but there's actually an artistic term that describes it, I think.
明日か。
Is any really different from enjoying a VN like Higurashi? It depends your reason. I mean, but the point is, like, Keiichi's confusion of Takano. Yeah, the macabre, I guess. But Keiichi's concern over Takano is not really that strange to me, right? Like, after all, I love horror stories, and I enjoy Higurashi after all. But it's not just because I find like the appeal of the supernatural or creepy things to be interesting. I mean, that's part of it, right? I guess a little bit, but it can also be very logical and understandable. Like, I enjoy war stories to see a side of people and how they can come out of a pretty terrible situation, hopefully for the better, right? Or I want to see how it reflects upon humanity. To me, like, horror stories are aspects of that. You can see like psychology of people and
明日は一体誰が死んで誰が消えるのかしらね。
another side to people that is equally as probable as the side that they usually show, right? And it's not like one overshadows the other. The moment that you find out that, I don't know, Rena is a huge fan of putting needles into the food that she serves you, that suddenly actually that wouldn't work as an example, because I was about to say, just because Rena puts metal needles in the food that she serves you doesn't make her an asshole. Actually, it does. Okay, hang on. Give me a second here. Just because she tried to kill you guys doesn't mean that she's a bad person. Please. Like, hang on. Give me a second. But the way I try to think of it is that sometimes settings or circumstances can arise in which even the average person will do, hey, this is sounding a little bit kind of like actual history, right? Like, an average person can do bad things, right? And it's not just because they were a bad person or they were insane, right? Sometimes people can be pushed to an extent where they will actually do terrible things.
高野さんもからかいすぎだよ。圭一君がすっかり真に受けてしまったじゃないか。
ごめんなさいね。また悪い癖が出ちゃったみたい。
I found it really funny. I almost said just because someone put a metal needle in your food doesn't make them an asshole. Fucking, I had to like hang on, wait a second there.
高野さんはね、純粋そうな子を見るとからかいたくなる悪い癖があるんだよ。圭一君が真剣に聞いてくれるもんだから、ついつい調子に乗っちゃったみたいなんだ。高野さんが今した話はあくまでもフィクションだからね。もしもさっきの話で圭一君がひなみ沢に持ってたいい印象が傷つけられてしまったなら、純粋に申し訳なく思うよ。
Okay, well, a little bit late on that.
もう二郎さんたら。
高野さんも謝った方がいい。怖がらせてしまってごめんなさいってね。
ケイちゃんもそろそろ戻った方がいいです。お姉は嫉妬深いですからね。私は顔を合わせると喧嘩になりそうだからこのまま帰ることにします。
そうなのか？じゃあ俺はミオンのとこに戻って待たせたことを謝るかな。
迷惑をかけたね、圭一君。ミオンちゃんに圭一君を長く借りすぎて申し訳ないと伝えてくれないかな。
I feel like all the food is gone, or whatever he was waiting on and I was waiting on, but okay.
あ、はい。伝えても機嫌は直さないと思いますけど、一応。
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。明日のお祭り、どこかですれ違えるといいですね。
会えるよ。どうせ俺たちのことだ。賑やかにやってるに決まってる。
私の話を真剣に聞いてくれてありがとうね。
Oh, it was fun Tell me more next time.
前原くんがあまりに聞き上手だったんで、話しててとても楽しかったわ。
聞き上手なんて、そんな。
今日した話、面白かった？
まあ、興味深かったです。
なら、また今度も聞いてくれる？ひなみ沢の昔話とかおとぎ話にも興味深いものがたくさんあるの。もちろん薄気味悪いのがたくさんね。私特選のをたくさん披露するわよ。
ケイチ君、もう行ってもいいんだよ。
You know, out of curiosity, do any of you find creepy pastas really interesting? Like, do you specifically search that shit out?
高野さんがからかっているだけさ。
Because the moment she said something like, you know, there's a lot of interesting legends and fairy tales and strange and creepy ones too, I immediately thought about that. She's the kind of person who would probably search that stuff out. Because some of them was actually legitimately creepy. I'm like, damn, I'm shaking in my bed here. I guess I shouldn't read this at night. The Animal Crossing horror? What? No. Okay, so that scene is over. I'm just going to ask one question, and one question only. I won't go deeply into why I'm asking the question, if at all. Has Ryukishi ever had an interview where he talks a little bit about his views on history? Because I felt like during that scene, I saw the start for why he wrote Syconia. Okay, no answer. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna actually ignore all these. I want to continue with the story, quite frankly. Because I thought, hang on.
本当に伝えたいのは違う言葉だった。本当に感じたいのは違う心だった。すれ違いが溝を生み、ためらいの気持ちが人を恐怖へと沈ませる。もう誰も止められない。冷たい感情がむき出しの心を深く残酷にえぐってゆく。綿流し。なぜあの時とつぶやく後悔の言葉。それはもはや虚しい響きだった。
So the reason why I asked that is because I consider Ryukishi fairly historically aware. And a thought that I kinda had when I watched Higurashi several times in the past, but I was never able to solidify any evidence that it was the case, was I always wondered if Higurashi had some inbuilt historical commentary on Japan and its identity post-World War II. Now, that sounds really out there, I know. But you know, I'm gonna leave it at that. Has anyone ever thought of that before? Thank God. Okay, so I'm not like going crazy here. So the reason why I think that is because first the scene in which Keiichi is talking about how there's a strong sense of identity in Hinamizawa, right? To the point where they are separating Japanese people, right? Their very own people as outsiders or insiders. And he specifically calls it nationalism. I know, okay, so first, that idea that he's talking about is, like I said, one of the academic critiques about nationalism in World War II, right? And I know that Rikushi is very aware of actual history, and he has a very strong commentary about it in his Seconia. So that was a context that I never truly thought about in terms of Higurashi before. I thought about it, sure, as insider-outsider mentality is like whether you belong or not, friendships, how to show different sides of people, and how the story tries to make it seem disconnected and so on and so forth. But this topic that I am talking about right now is something that actually I feel very uncomfortable about, even though I think it's important to talk about. Okay, that's actually really interesting because I'm not sure if this is a controversial topic, but give me a moment. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. So as I've been studying on the context of like visual novels that I find interesting, I found out more and more that there's evidence that the authors of visual novels that I care about, they are very aware of I mean, yeah, sure, they're aware of history, but that's not really the point that I'm making. They are aware of what outside critique could look like if they don't handle subjects very carefully. Okay, so what else? Where do I go from here? So as I learned more about this, I found it interesting that Japan is actually, I hear, very conservative. I actually didn't know this until sometime last year, actually, as I was reading a little bit more about that. And within, I think, the last decade, there have been a lot of like protests regarding Japan's history books and how they cover specifically World War II. I know that, was it? No, it was in the 2000s, if I recall correctly. I remember that was a concern that Mavlov, for example, had when it was writing Alternative. It wasn't just the tsunamis and the natural disasters. Yeah, I think that's the correct word. That happened to Japan at the time. That was something that Koike was very aware of. But it was also I forgot what the term was, like anti-Japanese textbook protest, where they rewrote history, and the area around like Southeast Asia, I believe, had a lot of like protests regarding the rewriting of history, right? And so like for Koike to talk about Mavlov, which is very steeped in different historical periods, right? It has like America in the Cold War. That kind of Cold War mentality was very American in Mavlov. I promise you. They would do things like they were concerned about nuclear warfare. They had a stronger trust in government at the time, I believe, was consistent. They did things like subvert other countries, I believe, in the Cold War tactics. I'm trying to think of any other way to prove to you that Mavlov's America was very Cold War mentality, but just take that for now. There's also a very strong World War II representation for Japanese Mavlov. Japanese muff-love? Japan's muff-love. There we go. Okay, so where am I going with this right now? Where am I going with this? Okay, so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I was curious if this is being addressed in Higurashi, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just me, and so I'm talking to the chat about that. So that's why I'm doing that. So why did I bring up this again? Because it's evidence of a topic that I think is important, but I feel very uncomfortable about talking about. So why did I mention that? Because I learned that Japan is very conservative regarding regarding history apparently, and I brought up an example which was in the 2000 about the Japanese protests about tax. Okay, sorry, I had to do that because I didn't understand my train of thought. So because it feels like I'm just talking about a tangent, but here I want to talk about this topic because apparently it's very common post a war for countries to want to understand their identity, right? And I wondered what's the function of that? Why is it important to think about a nation's identity after a war? So for example, I believe after World War I, France was struggling to figure out who they were after that war. And so they started investing in film specifically to try to bring together their, to kind of have a cohesive understanding of what happened during the war. And so I remember I highlighted this in a textbook. So give me a quick second if you actually want a quote for this. I think it would be here. Oh, actually, it is right here. It actually says World War I and its aftermaths. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Okay, so I think it's this last line right here. Okay, so I'm gonna summarize this as hard as I can. So post-World War I, America's film industry started dominating the world, right? It became a lot more omnipresent, specifically in the 1920s. So like major film corporations started emerging during that time, such as, let me see, I think Fox. Actually, did Fox really emerge during this time? Actually, yeah, it did. What the hell? Fox, Goldwyn, First National, etc. Paramount even? Yeah, there we go. So in response to America's emergence into the world market with film, right? France did the exact same thing. So what they did was, let's see. Their strategy was to institute an annual production schedule, at least 4 serials. Let's see, where'd that go into? Most of these serials were costume adventures about French war heroes or outlaws from the period between... Most of these were costume adventures about French war heroes or outlaws from the period between 1750 and 1850. Okay. ... Another was large-scale historical spectacle films that, in resurrecting past moments of French glory and tragedy, contributed to a collective post-war need for restoring French national identity. Okay, so why did I bring that up? Because I'm trying to figure out in my head the importance of why you need to create resolution after a big event such as war. Does anyone want to help me here? Because I would really appreciate it. What is the importance of having resolution after war and picking up the pieces of your identity? Can anyone, please, help me here. This is a question that I've had for the longest time. And what is the danger of not actually doing that?
おはようってもう夕方だぜ。こんにちはだろ。
でも今日圭一君にする最初の挨拶だからやっぱりおはようがいいな。いいな。
わかったわかった。じゃあおはようでいい。おはようレナ。
やっほーケイちゃん。 昨日は申し訳なかったね。黙って帰っちゃってさ。
ああ、それを言うなら俺の方が悪かった。ミオをずっと待たせっぱなしでごめんな。
昨日のお祭りの準備のことかな。どうだったケイチくん。しっかりとお仕事してた？
頑張ってたよ。
I mean, I guess so. If I had to guess at why it was important, let me see. Why does... Okay, so what's the question again that I wanted to answer in my head? Why is it important to have resolution after a big event such as war, or even natural disaster? It's because, well, if it's war, then you don't want repetition of history. But you also want to resolve... You want to resolve sentiments that might be prolonging after the war, such as to continue it again. Okay, but what else is behind that? What's the point of resolution? It's so you can cut ties with the past, but learn from it? But resolution cuts it off, doesn't it? No, it gives it a neat bundle. No, fuck, hang on. Sorry, can you guys give me 5 minutes? If I can't figure this out in 5 minutes, we're gonna continue. I know... First, the question, is it relevant to Higurashi? Because if it's not, I should push this to the side and keep moving forward. Is it relevant to Higurashi, understanding this right now? Yes or no? Is resolution important to Higurashi? Yes, it is. Is forgiveness? Yes, it is. Okay. So then how do you tie that? How do you tie those both ideas to a commentary about the historical past in Japan? I'm surprised I've never had to think about this in this context before. So what's the... Okay, so what's the... so I'm talking to myself right now. Give me a second, because I have to figure this out. Would one of the arguments be that without a strong resolution on the event that just transpired, sentiments will last, and the future generation won't be taught about the importance of the event? If you let that continue, then the event will repeat itself and lead to animosity that should be cut off. And if you don't appropriately address those sentiments, such as animosity from the war, then it would lead to future generations possibly repeating it. Okay, sure. The lessons from that event will not be taught to the future generations. That's it. That's the reason why, isn't it? That if you don't create resolution around an event, then you can't teach the lessons around the event. Okay, alright. And that's why... Okay, so bam, that's at least one idea. So how does that apply to the aftermath of World War II then, if we're talking about that as a commentary? We're talking about Higurashi as a commentary. That's the idea that popped into my head for a second about national identity post the war. Okay, so America did extremely well after World War II. There was a booming economy. But in terms of its allies, such as, I don't know, Europe in general, it was kind of in shambles. And I know there was animosity over, like, the results of the war. So, like, Europe had to live its reality after the war because they were rebuilding, but America wasn't. So then wouldn't you say that one of the arguments for why... I wonder if that's a fair thing to say. Okay, so this might sound really bold to say, but maybe one of the arguments you can make, if you look at history, is that the reason why nationalism might be rising in America again is because we didn't have a specific look into the aftermath of what happened in World War II, in the sense that you weren't rebuilding anything, right? And if physical rebuilding of a country requires you to also have a resolution of what you are rebuilding, right? Not just physical things, but your actual identity, then maybe that is why there's such a strong commentary about the restoration of one's national image and coming to terms with a big event such as World War II. That's about as far as I can go into that right now. I actually have to think way more about this. Yeah, but I feel like part of the reason why that's the case right now is also because we haven't had that, we haven't had you know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I don't think I'm competent enough to make that analysis yet.
さとことリカちゃんは祭り会場で合流か？
リカちゃんはほら大切なお勤めがあるから昨日からずっと。さとこちゃんもそのお供だそうだからもう二人とも神社にいるよ。
Yeah, that is actually part of what I want to say, but I still don't feel that I am competent enough in history to make that argument, even if it's logical. So, like, this is a subject that I wanted to explore for the longest time. Yeah, this is not a topic that you can have in 5 minutes. There's no freaking way that I can just transition from, like, let's talk about Higurashi into this commentary back into Higurashi. It's not that easy.
よっしゃ、早速行こうぜ。
Well,
ケイチくん早いよ。待って。
たくケイちゃん、お子様なんだからな。わ
あ、今年も立派だね。すごいね、すごいね。
ひなみ沢中から出てきてるんだろうな。
ありゃ、君吉分家のおじいさんまで来てるじゃない。
okay. Anyway, let me snap back into reading Higurashi. It's been a long time since I had such a strong tangent in my head that, like, completely took over my focus. Because it's, like I said, it's just a thought that never really occurred to me when reading Higurashi. And it's a subject matter that I really care about, that I want to read more into and understand better.
あのじいさん、去年の綿流しからずっと体調崩してたんだけど、元気になったみたいだね。
And I hope you're willing to forgive that, because it's a deep concern of mine right now. And given all the shit that's happening in the world, it's one of them at least.
あ、さとこちゃんだ。はーい。あら、皆さんでございますの。こんにちはですわ。
よう、さとこ、今日はすごい人手だよな。はぐれて迷子になる。
誰が迷子になるんですの？
But anyway, like, seriously, thank you for entertaining that little tangent of mine. And also being very respectful about it too. Like, apparently a lot of people saw where I was going with that and how it might have a connection here.
ちゃんはまだ自由時間でしょ。リカは村長さんたちと挨拶してましたですわ。すぐに来るでございますわよ。
It's always interesting though, because when you have those kind of inklings when you're reading a story and you're trying to word them, right? Like I said, there's always that self-doubt that appears in my head, and it's hard to kind of like push it aside because it bothers me until I can figure it out, right?
実に大変なのですよ。こんにちはなのです。はうリカちゃん、お持ち帰り。
どう？丈とか長すぎない？バッチャからもしも袖がかかるようならって安全ピンを預かってきてるんだけど。
大丈夫なのです。実に快適なのですよ。いいね、いいよね、これかいいよね。はう。
Did your nose just bleed? Yeah, okay, alright.
ケイチ君はかいいと思わないかな。
I don't know, if I say that, would I get arrested?
思わないならメダロになっちゃうからお持ち帰り。
すごく可愛いと思うぞ。かなり活かす。不敬のふりをして写真を撮りまくりたいくらいだ。2点から撮影して立体視できるようにすれば、立体の生リカちゃんが自宅でいつでももとい眺め放題。はう、いいねいいねいいね。リカ、あいつらに近寄ると大変ですわよ。地下室とかに閉じ込められるかもしれないのです。
その割にはリカちゃん楽しそうだけど。
ミーがひどいことを言うのですよ。
I'm gonna say nothing. Okay, sorry. Let's just move forward.
じゃ、もたもたしないで祭り用もあるかね。リカちゃんの出番までそう時間がないでしょ。
そうだな。よっしゃ、行こうぜみんな。
よー、園崎のお嬢ちゃんじゃねえの。食ってきな。豚肉たっぷりの焼きそばだぜよ。今年はイカリングまで入ってるボリューム派よ。
へい親父、今年の焼きそばもなかなか力作じゃないの。イカまで入れるとは今年は奮発してるね。
へえ、美味しいね美味しいね。
ああ、イカってのは食ってもうまいが、それ以上に匂いが香ばしいんだよな。軟弱になりがちな歯ごたえも実に見事に補ってる。イカと豚肉のボリューム感は実に素晴らしい。うん、悪くない出来だ。
へえ。ケイちゃんって何気に料理番組の司会とかに向いてるね。
うん。ケイチくんが美味しそうに食べてると、なんだかいつもよりもずっと美味しそうに感じるもんね。
俺はうまいものはうまいっていう主義なんだよ。だから俺がうまいっていうものは。
ではケイチ、この焼きそばの評価を改めてどうぞなのですよ。
一言で言うとだ、うまい。胃袋がもう一つあるんなら迷わずもう一つ買ってるな。
What the hell is wrong? Okay, so something's really. Give me a second. I'm gonna save just in case the game crashes or something. I'll save in a different slot.
おお、すごいよ。
Game, please? What the hell?
ケイちゃんがあんまりにも美味しそうに言うもんだから、
集客効果バッチリだわ。やるね。
あら、そうなんですの？では私も挑戦してみましたよ。おじさんおじさん、たこ焼き一つくださいますこと？どうかな、さとこちゃん。
Okay, hang on. Sorry, can you give me one more second? I'm actually gonna save and then reload, alright?
どうかな、さとこちゃん。美味しい評価が出るならレナも買うよ。
Okay, I think I fixed it. We're good. Yeah, for some reason it was having issues.
料理評論家の北条さとこ審査員のご感想をどうぞ。
I mean, for some reason I was having issues clicking through the game. It didn't work.
あれれ、レナのは外れだね。僕のも外れです。タコさんが入ってないのです。
あ、私のには入ってたわ。
Wait, you're kidding me, right? How can you have takoyaki without any octopus in it? That's hella fucked up. Octopus-free takoyaki. Alright, skimping.
うん。タコが入ってる分には十分うまいよ。
このタコなしたこ焼きをどう美味しそうに解説すればいいんですの？こんなのはたこ焼きなのにタコが入ってないからとってもヘルシー。
Is it really though? Isn't it just batter, Rena?
タコの嫌いな人でも食べられる美味しいたこ焼き。
Yeah, I would leave the line too. Skimping on the most important part of a... No, man, get out of here.
じゃあ次は私が挑戦するよ。小麦粉やネギ、紅生姜の味などの素朴さをしっとりと味わわせてくれる自信作。
Why? What's the point?
タコが入ってない分だけ素材の味が程よく。
you're ruining the business.
リカちゃんは何かいいコメントはあるか？率直でいいぞ。
これで400円は高いのです。
Okay, alright, you're gone.
いやー、なんかその私らとんでもないことをしてるような。
I mean, a child's gonna be honest, right? So...
ほら、サトコ、あんたが始めたことなんだからビシッとここで逆転させなさいよ。
無理でございますわ。タコの入っていないたこ焼きなんてどう褒めればいいんですの？お客さんみんないなくなっちゃった。あれれ、おじさん睨んでる。
Man, as far as I'm aware, I've only had bad takoyaki. I don't know what good takoyaki tastes like.
なんでだろう、なんでだろう。はあ。圭一ならきっとなんとかできますですよ。タコなしたこ焼き屋さんを助けてあげてほしいのです。
There's no way. What would I even say? How do you save a vendor who doesn't put the main ingredient in?
笑顔でトゲのあることを言うな。
Does anyone want to try? How would you convince someone to try out this vendor?
まあ分かった。俺がプロの技を見せてやるからよく見てろよ。
They have the most flavorful seasoning I've ever had out of any takoyaki, I guess.
このたこ焼き屋の親父さんは本当の意味でたこ焼きが好きなんだ。
Shut up. I already know this is gonna be fucking bullshit.
いや、愛してると言っていい。
Right, remember guys, remember, rice equals curry. Therefore, onigiri equals rice.
あの親父
Wait,
さん
no,
は
that's actually right.
本当に
Onigiri
たこ焼
equals
きが大
curry.
好きなんだ。大好きだからこそいい加減なたこ焼きを作りたくないんだ。
What?
そうだね、親父さん。
でも圭一さん、そんなにたこ焼きが大好きならどうしてたこなしたこ焼きなんか作りますの？たこ焼きに対する裏切りではございませんの？
そうだな、ある意味裏切りだ。だがこれは親父さんにとっての最大限の妥協点なんだ。
Okay, I'm trying to follow his logic. Go ahead.
親父さんは今日だって本当のたこ焼きを作ってるよ。
What?
でもそれはこの中のほんの一つか二つでしかない。
まあそうだね。私の食べた一つにはタコは入ってたし。
Are you saying that? Okay, that is one way to convince people, I guess, to try out the vendor. He loves takoyaki so much that he makes the best takoyaki, and you have to RNG into it. It's a gotcha takoyaki.
タコが入ってる分にはそんなに悪い味じゃなかったよ。
He makes the flavor explode because you don't know when to expect it.
そう、それが本物のたこ焼きだ。それ以外のたこ焼きは8個入ってなきゃたこ焼きじゃないという一般人の先入観への最大限の妥協なんだ。
圭一君の言う意味がわからないよ。
God, that sounds actually really interesting. Can you imagine just eating gotcha food where you don't know what the hell is inside the thing you're eating? You just eat it?
どうして本物は一つで他は偽物なのかな？かな？
Sounds like that Harry Potter, what do you call it, jelly bean challenge?
その秘密はタコにあるんだ。
Wait, pizza roulette is a thing?
親父さん、このタコ本物の明石のタコだね。近年明石のタコの水揚げは激減してとても高騰しているんだ。たこ焼きなんかにとても使えないようなとても高い値段になってしまってるんだ。
How's the bully going? What are you talking about? Hide?
ああ、そうよ。
Also, thanks for the sub, man.
明石のタコはすごく高いんだよ。
でも親父さんは明石のタコにこだわったんだ。安物のいい加減なタコを使えばいくらでもごまかせるのに。明石のじゃないのに明石という上りを立てて販売してるインチキたこ焼き屋はいくらでもあるのに、親父さんはごまかさなかった。嘘をつかなかった。タコは明石。この一点だけを堅くなに譲らなかったんだ。親父さんはたこ焼きを愛してた。だから嘘をつけなかった。でもどうしても一点だけ強いられる妥協点があったんだ。
We've been doing alright. Kind of moving slow with Higurashi.
それは何ですの？
数さ。
That reminds me of like the Ray's chip challenge, where you pick random flavors of Ray's chips and you try them out, and some of them are very fucking bad.
たこ焼きってのは一船8個がポピュラーだ。いくら本物の明石のタコだからって言って400円で1個だけってわけにはいかないだろう。でも8個にしなくては買ってもらえない。だから親父さんは涙を飲んだ。本物のたこ焼きを一つ作るために残り7個に嘘をつくしかなかったんだ。
Honestly, I can kind of see like the ray of logic that Keiichi is making here.
みんなが何と言おうと俺はあんたの純粋さを忘れない。あんたこそは本物のたこ焼き屋なんだ。あんただけがたこ焼き屋を名乗っていいんだ。さあみんな、この本物のたこ焼き屋のたこ焼きをどうか食べてやってくれ。こんな純粋な男を大事にしなくてどうして本当のたこ焼き道が守れようか。みんなが食わないなら俺が食うぞ。
Did it help?
わ 見てた人たちがみんな並ぶよ。
Like, I can't. Keiichi could probably sell like. I'm trying to think of what's like a stupid thing to sell, like wet toast.
ケイチくん、やったやった
たこ焼きが美味しそうに感じたってより、ケイちゃんの味演説が面白かったからだろうね。ケイちゃんってガマの油売りとかやったらかなりウケるかもしれない。
スーパーの実演販売でもやればウケそうですよ。
Like you can own. That's exactly it.
怪しい万能包丁とか売りつける仕事に向いてそうですわね。
So, I'm not sure how many of you know this, but I'm actually really not crazy about slice of life whatsoever, and I'm still reading Higurashi. So I wonder if that tells you how much I love this story.
おいおい兄ちゃんたち、うちのあんず飴も頼むよ。
よし、要領はつかめただろう。今度はレナが行け。
よーし、頑張るよ。はう、あんず飴が冷えててとっても美味しいんだよ。水飴の上にね、ちょこんってあんずが乗ってるの。はう、かわいいね。お持ち帰り。はう。
Well, I mean, it took us 8 hours to get to the midpoint of Chapter 2, which I think is a lot faster than Chapter 1. I find myself surprised I just said that. 8 hours is fast.
今度はお好み焼き屋だ。サトコ、行け。
焼きそばに揚げ玉入りでカリカリなのがとっても美味しいでございますわね。大きなベーコンが丸ごと敷いてあってかじるとほらビローンって出てきてはっはっはっ。
I mean, Working did a good job of his comedy.
おお、うまいうまい。それなら俺も食ってみたくなる。
People are just following you just to try out food? Fuck, man, you gotta. Okay.
みんなのを聞いてから食べるといつもよりずっと美味しく感じるからなのですよ。
Man, I'm.
よーし、おじさんも盛り上がってきたよ。
That's the thing I really miss. Like I said, I want to go to like the state fair again and try out like random carnival food. I also really love the thing that we have monthly in my area. It's like it's a street food vendor gathering in where I live every
よ
month.
し、ケイちゃん、私はどれだ？
I try to go with Scott whenever I can.
よっしゃ、ミオはさらにその隣の露店へ行け。ミオンの底力を見せ。
あれ？でもケイチくん、お隣のお店は。
No, it's definitely not gonna happen. Like, I'm still pretty unprepared on how to handle the coming months. Just March itself was a struggle. And I'm still living in my element, right? It's not like I work outside of home. I work at home. It's just crazy still.
いや、部活の部長たるもの、相手が何であれ逃げられないね。やってみるよ。
ミオンさんのお手並み拝見でございますわ。
いらっしゃい。はいよ、アミットワン。
よし、やるぞ。
金魚はみんな生きがいいね。
Well, I mean, just be careful, Hyde.
実に美味しそう。この小さいのなんかそのままボリボリと生でいけちゃうよね。
Is that... It's Shion, isn't it?
ミオンさんは何を言ってるんでございますの？みーちゃん、食べてたの？去年レナからもらったのも食べちゃったの？
違う。私そんなこと言ってない。
Unless she's a ventriloquist. No, she didn't say it.
いや、でも今ミオン、お前自分で言ったぞ。
Man, I like Neon a lot more now. Like, if it wasn't for this chapter, my opinion of her would still be pretty high, but damn.
ええ、確かに言いました。 お姉って雑食ですから、口に入れば何でも食べちゃうんです。
美味しいなら今度僕も試してみるのです。ダメだよリカちゃん、お腹壊しちゃうよ。
Oh, also on a slight tangent, if you are interested in talking about visual novels, we revived the visual novel club in our Discord. So if you're interested in joining that club as we read Subara Hibishigi, fucking what's the localization again? It's called Wonderful Everyday Down the Rabbit Hole. If you're interested in reading that together as a group, just DM me on Discord and I'll give you a role. I'll give you an invite essentially.
Hi, ケイちゃんにお姉にみんな、こんばんは。
Super Hibi then.
あんたどこから湧いてきたのしよ
焼きそば屋さんの時からずっとです。お姉たちは騒がしいからすぐに見つけられました。
もうあんたは関係ないでしょ。早くどっかへ消えなさいよ。
もうお姉もあまり私を邪険にしないでくださいね。ケイちゃん、私が一緒でもいいですよね。
I mean, sure.
ケイチくん、鼻血出てるよ。
ところてんを押したらニューって出てくるだろ。
But I feel really bad for Mion.
あれと同じだ。これは抗いようのない現象なんだよ。
へえ、そうなんですか。じゃあ力を入れたらもっと出てくるかな。ギュッ。
不潔ですわ。見損ないましたよ。面白いのです。僕もやってみるのです。
What? Where's that line?
もうあんたは関係ないでしょ。しようあんた。しようあんたこら何やってんの。
What? Are you serious? Oh my god, there's no cops here, right?
よくやったレナ。
みんな不潔なんだよ。レナに殴られたのです。痛いのですよ。
I mean, I criticize Rena, but we kicked kids, so.
リカは自業自得でしたよ。
お姉の友達は実に愉快です。退屈しない
ああそう。あんたさえいなくなればもっと愉快なんだけどね。
な。もっと一緒にいたいけど、あんまりケイちゃんを誘惑すると本当にお姉に噛みつかれちゃいそうです。だから私一時退却しますね。また来ます。じゃあね、お姉。
二度と来るな。塩負けしよ
う。なんだか珍しいミオンさんを見た気がしますわ。しーちゃんが一緒だとみーちゃんなんだかかわいいね。
It feels kind of funny too, because she's supposed to be the older sister, but she gets teased all the time.
アホなこと言ってんじゃないよ。次行くよ次。
Honestly, it feels like Shion's the older one, right?
リカ、そろそろ時間みたいでございましたよ。あ、いよいよなんだね。ちょっとドキドキしてるのです。
信じなって。自分リカちゃんが流してきた汗は絶対に無駄になんかならないから。
You know, you're probably right. She is like 5 minutes older. That's probably it. There's nothing else to it. It's so like inconsequential.
そうですわ。リカはきっとやり遂げますわ。
Honestly, if you think about it that way, 5 minutes is barely anything, and yet Mion. Yeah, actually, that's interesting thought. Huh.
頑張るのですよ。
Because whenever I think of someone being older, I think of like, you know, several years older at the very least.
その息だよ。
応援してるぞリカちゃん。ファイトオンだぜ。
ファイトオン。
Wait, so we have. Okay, just for clarification, Z-Dog, Yukinon, you're both twins? I'm assuming you're not twins of each other.
じゃあ私たちも行こうよ。
そうだな。応援してやろうぜ。
ダメですのよ。
Okay, I have an honest question for you. In media and how they portray twins, have you ever felt like, yeah, that TV show or that movie or that story, they definitely got it? Or is it mostly like, I don't think this person understands what being a twin is like? I'm really curious about how you feel about that.
演舞中は静かにしていないといけませんでございますわよ。
なら急いで行かないと。いい場所がなくなっちゃうよ。行こう。
I mean, I was gonna add something to what I said about that 5 minutes being inconsequential, right? And the thing that I was going to add is something that I can't say. Again.
こりゃすごい人手だな。
Right? Because at the current moment, Etika, we're not totally sure at the current moment what exactly the family for them is like, right? So you never had like a piece of media where you felt you identified this twin-like experience is something that I recognize? Feels kind of like a bummer. I'm sorry. Oh, here. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna ask one more question before we continue. How do you feel about visual/thematic representation of twins in stories? For example, twins are a mirroring of one each other, or they're like parallels of each other, or something like that, or like they understand one another and they're able to carry out another twin's thoughts, even though they haven't seen each other in years. Like, because that's been something that I've noticed in stories with twins a lot. I mean, it's not like necessarily telepathy, right? The story is trying to say that the connection is so strong that despite years of not seeing each other, they still have like, they're able to convey the message from like a kind of bonding that existed since the beginning. I don't know how else to put it. That's actually super interesting. I never knew. And, you know, thank you for answering honestly, because it's just a curiosity of mine. I didn't know if, like, how this story or whatever I've approached, like, was able to convey that properly. So that's interesting, too, because, like, I don't have, like, the best relationship with my brother, right? So having that kind of connection despite years being apart and still getting each other, I think that I find that fascinating. Whenever I delete an emote and modify it. So if I delete an emote on Twitch, for example, it takes a while for the system to register that a different emote is going to be used. If it's the exact same name, for example. Why do you ask? So like, for example, if I'm going to use FKO sus, right, that emote, and I want to update it with a different emote, I have to delete the current one, wait for I don't know how many hours, and then I put in a new emote in its place. Also called FKO sus. Huh. I find that super cool. I mean, that's kind of the thing I've always wanted from, like, my romantic partner, right? Which I do have. It makes me super happy. That kind of, like, level of understanding each other.
ケイちゃん、こっちこっち。
Well, I mean, I hope you find it one day. It's, I mean, honestly, from the way you're describing what being a twin is like, it actually does feel kind of similar to that. And now I've gone a completely different, like, perspective into how to understand this more.
シオン、なんだなんだ。
黙ってついてきてくださいね。
Oh God, okay, I know exactly what's gonna happen now.
Oi, oi, どこ行くんだよ。これじゃあどんどん離れちゃってるぞ。
黙ってついてくればわかりますから。
そっか、どこか高いところがあるんだな。屋根の上とか、そういうところから見下ろそうって言うんだろう。
はい。なんで屋根に登んなくちゃいけないんです？
I mean, I guess that's the romantic expectation, I think.
だってそうじゃなかったらどうやってリカちゃんの演舞を見るんだよ。
Okay, no, he had a more innocent view.
リカちゃまの演舞なんか見たかったんですか？ケイちゃん、ひょっとしてストライクゾーンものすごく低くありません？
なんだか話が微妙に噛み合わないぞ。
Yeah.
お前は俺をリカちゃんの演舞がよく見える場所に案内してくれるんじゃないのか？
はい。誰もそんな約束してませんよ。
じゃあお前は俺をなんでこんなところに呼び出したんだよ。
Honestly, I think she's deliberately tricking you. Let's read what specifically she said. Okay, you just assumed. You completely assumed. Okay. I mean, come on. Have you seen the level of insight Keiichi has when he was explaining that takoyaki? That was levels above the normal Keiichi, okay? That's like ascended Keiichi.
あれを見てください。ほら。
なんだありゃ。まさか。
密会の生現場に決まってるじゃないですか。ほらほら、よく見てください。あれ、誰だかわかります？
まさかシオン、これを見せたくて俺を呼んだのか？
ケイちゃん、リカちゃまの演舞は毎年見られるけど、こういうのは二度とお目にかかれませんよ。
俺帰るぞ。二度とこんなのに呼ぶなよな。
今動いたらバレちゃいますって。
あらあら、どなたかしら？
どうもこんばんは。
Alright, all the outsiders are back together again.
お月様の綺麗ないい夜ですね。
あらあら、
How convenient. It's just us four, huh?
シオンちゃんに前原くんじゃない。こんばんは。月の綺麗な夜ね。
おやおや、圭一君も隅に置けないね。こんなところで二人っきりかい？だとしたら僕たちとんでもないお邪魔をしちゃったかな。
ってことは富武さんたちは密会してたってわけじゃないみたいですね。
それはもちろん違うよ。そういうロマンスも嫌いじゃないけどね。
残念だけど、あなたたちが覗き見したくなるような面白い場面じゃないのよ。期待に添えなくて申し訳ないわね。
そうじゃなかったら何してるんですか？富武さん、今扉の南京錠をいじってませんでした？
You know, I used to think that picking locks and all kinds of locks was just in the movies. Like, it can't be that free. Until I started watching the lock-picking lawyer, I'm like, okay, is it really that easy? A part of me wants to try.
バレちゃしょうがないな。
Okay, Tomotoki, move out of the way. let's see if I can do this.
僕たちが倉庫破りをしてたなんて内緒だよ。
内緒って、それ泥棒ってことですか？
Oh, it's illegal?
やあね。泥棒ってのは物を盗む人たちのことでしょ。別に私たちは物を持ち出そうとしているわけじゃないのよ。
へえ。じゃあ何のために鍵開けなんかしてるんですか？ここ開かずの西宮殿ですよね。古出家とほんの一握りの人間しか入ることが許されないっていう。
ここはね、西宮殿といってね、西宮をしまっている倉庫なの。いえ、西宮を祀っている神殿と言ってもいいかもしれないわね。
Oh, man. It's moments like these I wish I had Kyobi by my side. Because you know what I would do? If Kyobi were in this setting with me right now, I'd wrap my arm right around his shoulder and be like, oh man, tell me more, Takano.
リカちゃんが奉納演舞で使っている祭事用のクワも今日までこの中にしまわれていたものよ。
I see, okay.
もちろん古出家の人間以外は不浄を持ち込むから立ち入り禁止の不可侵領域。
Oh, that's just hogwash.
聖域なの。
I mean, I'll be honest. I do get a little bit of joy to see when friends find the best moments in stories to witness.
私 ひなみ沢の昔語りや伝承を趣味で研究してるって言ったわよね。私の知的興味のさまざまな答えがこの中に詰まってるの。この中に入れるチャンスを今日までずっと待ってたんだから。
Oh, Kyobi, don't worry about it, man. It's not like you're there, right? You're not standing in front of this shrine that holds a lot of particular tools in it.
へえ。
It's not like we'll be cursed if we walked in.
富武さんに鍵開けの技術があるなんて知りませんでした。
あ、よしてくれよ。僕だっていやいややってるんだよ。
付き合わせてしまってごめんなさいね。でも二郎さんのおかげよ。感謝してるわ。
やれやれ。でも高野さん、こういうのはこれっきりにしてくれよ。こういうところに黙って入り込むのはやっぱり気が引けるよ。
やっぱり二郎さんはいい人ね。
Man, she really tugs you around, huh? Okay. Oh, nice. You got it.
開いたよ。
ありがとう。いよいよね。
Hey, Tears, what's up? Long time no see.
どう？あなたたちも共犯なんだし、せっかくだから一緒に見学しない？ひなみ沢の皮脂を埋める貴重な文化遺産の見物会よ。今日だけの限定会館。
別に俺たち共犯ってわけじゃ。
面白いと思いません？ねえ、覗いてみましょうよ。
でもこれは絶対いけないことだよ。神聖な倉庫なんだろ。西宮殿って言ったっけ。ますます勝手に入っちゃまずいよ。
私は一応園崎の人間ですから、この中にあるものはおおよそ想像がついてます。でもそれはケイちゃんにも見てもらいたいものです。
俺に見てもらいたいもの？
Man, I feel like I've always asked this question to everyone. Whenever something spooky happens or you're about to go into a spooky location, it feels like which logical person would actually do this? Like when a horror story has a haunted location and everyone says, "Let's just go visit it," right? Who in their right mind actually does that? So here, chat, would you actually go into this holy location?
面白くないって思ったら、ケイちゃんはすぐに出ればいいです。きっと興味を惹かれると思いますけどね。
Let's split up, gang. Depends. Are you a
僕
teenager?
がここで見張っててあげるから一緒に見てきてごらん。僕はあまり趣味じゃないけど、圭一君みたいな若い男の子には結構面白いかもしれないよ。
I mean, look, I enjoy horror stories and all that jazz, but I'm not the kind of guy to go fuck around in places I shouldn't be. Specifically if they're creepy too.
富武さんはこの中に何があるのか知ってるんですか？
まあね。高野さんにたっぷり聞かされてるからね。
相方の特殊な趣味に付き合わされる殿方も大変ですね。
じゃあちょっとだけな。面白くなかったらすぐ出るぞ。
決まったみたいね。じゃあ行きましょうか。二郎さん、留守番をお願いね。
Honestly, when you
真っ
said that,
暗
I
だ
was
ね。
confused too. I'm like, what do you mean by adults only?
みんな転ばないように気をつけるんだよ。
ご心配ありがとう。じゃあ門番をよろしくね。ここ閉めるわよ。
やれやれ。じゃあみんなゆっくり楽しんでおいで。
大丈夫よ。予備電池も入ってるアウトドア仕様なんだから。
Okay, convenient.
冷えたりなんかしないわよ。ただの倉庫なのに前室があるなんて変わってるでしょ。一度に1枚ずつ扉を出入りさせることによって西宮殿の中が外に見えないようにする工夫だと考えられるわね。
Oh, that's actually kind of logical. A circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring. Okay.
あ、これ明かりのブレーカーか何かじゃないですか？
ダメです。
Wait, what? Why?
いてててて。
Oh, because you don't want people from outside noticing?
ダメです、ケイちゃん。私たちここに忍び込んでるんですよ。明かりなんかつけたらバレちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
You know, actually, I have a question for people who attend church. I know this is completely a tangent. But how normal is it for randomers? Randomers is not a word. For random people to pop into the church purely out of curiosity.
大丈夫よ。本当に一瞬だし。
Because like just like Takano, I find some of these things super interesting, right? Like local religion or like culture, etc. And I find religion really interesting.
さあ入りましょう。よいしょっと。
Yeah, because like I always thought to myself, why don't I just like poke my head in and see what's up? I don't know if that's like considered rude or anything. Oh, so that's what they mean by Sunday best. You actually supposed to dress professionally?
あれがひなみ沢の守り神、お社様よ。
What, this?
社にあるのよりずっと立派ですね。
想像してたよりたくさんの細具が収められているようね。
You know, honestly, the way this chapter describes Oyashiro in more context, but also the word usage of like its purity, right? Like trying to keep this land safe from outsiders feels really relevant to the discussion that we had earlier, actually.
でも残念。どれもあまり手入れがされていないわ。状態が悪いのが悔やまれるわね。
Yeah, assuming there was consistency in the first and second arc, as in like they went to go to this They were like wandering around as far as I'm aware. So yeah.
あら、
What?
面白くないかしら？
Honestly, I'm looking around in the shed and it's actually kind of fucked up. Like this? What is this? That's definitely for torture. It's kind of dark even on my computer screen. What is the fuck is this? Is that just straight up a torture device? Looks like a horseshoe, but it's spikes inward.
俺は文系でも美術系でもないんで、あんまりこういうのを見てもよく価値がわからないです。
圭一君はよくわかってないみたいね。無理もないけれど。じゃあ、圭一君のために昔話でも聞かせてあげようかしら。この地方では一般的な昔話よ。図書館に行けば教育委員会推薦の本にも載ってるくらいにね。
Yeah, but if you ever wondered the shit that I would do purely out of curiosity, like sometimes I would, on college campuses, go join random clubs just to see what the hell they were doing. Some of which were like Christian clubs too, because I was really curious, like, you know, what's your beliefs on this and this and this and this. I try to be as respectful as I could when asking questions, because it's not like I'm trying to like poke fun at them. Legitimately, I'm curious, right? So I understand why they're in here as well, now that I think about it. So normally, I wouldn't be in this situation, but I understand the curiosity aspect.
いい？じゃあ、読むわよ。昔々、ある山奥の村にね、その沼はね、底なしの深い深い沼でね、地の底の鬼の国につながっていたんですって。
Right, exactly. So the sacrifices would go into hell. That's actually even more messed up.
ってことは、その村はひなみ沢ですね。
察しがいいわね。そうよ。当時は鬼ヶ淵村って呼ばれてたけどね。
鬼ヶ淵村。物騒な響きのある名前だな。
イメージもあったんでしょうね。明治の頃に今の名前に改称されたって聞きました。
Oof. Burning books does not give a strong impression. Not a good impression of me is all I can say.
村人たちは鬼の国、つまりは地獄のことね。鬼の国とつながるという沼を崇めながら過ごしてきたの。でもね、ある日のこと。
Ah, okay.
で、誰かが鬼を退治するわけですか？
残念だけど、このお話には桃太郎みたいな正義の味方は登場しないわ。
じゃあ、村を挙げて戦うわけですか？
まさか。村人たちに鬼と互角に戦える力などあるわけもない。
じゃあ、村を捨てて逃げるしかないですよね。
それも無理ね。
Okay, so you're just straight up saying they got slaughtered?
村人たちにとっても村は大切な郷里だったから。どんな恐ろしい鬼が攻めてきたからといって簡単に逃げ出せるはずもなかったのよ。
じゃあどうするんですか？ 滅びるしかないじゃないですか。なるほど。
Ah, okay, so that's the
つま
reason
り
why.
天からやってきたお社様が鬼たちをやっつけるわけですか。
ケイちゃんは男の子ですね。すぐに腕力で解決する方に走るんですから。
お社様はね、やっつけるとかそういう暴力的な神様じゃなかったの。もっと優しい慈愛のある神様だったの。鬼たちの世界にも厳しい戒律があってね。
This is a lot more wholesome than I was expecting so far. Go on.
彼らは地獄を追放された鬼たちだったんですって。村人たちも話を聞くうちに少しずつ気の毒になっていったわ。それでね、村のみんなで話し合った結果、鬼たちと一緒に住むことを決めたの。
退治するとか追っ払うっていう昔話は多いけど、共存ってのは確かに珍しいですね。
ですよね。鬼ってのは元来諸悪の象徴のはず。それとの共存を決めたというお話なんだから、本当に変わってます。
お社様はその微笑ましい交流をとても喜んでね、鬼たちが村人と分け隔てなく暮らせるよう人間の姿を与えたんですって。
Okay, so far this story is hella positive. Where does the fucking flip happen? Because this is certainly not the same deity that I'm aware of.
そして自らも地上にとどまり、末永く両者の交流を見守ることにしたんだそうよ。普通のおとぎ話ならここで終わりなんだけどね。このお話は江戸時代にだいぶ加筆されたみたいで、まだまだ続く随分と長い話になってるわ。
I mean, I'm not sure it was a thing in America, but twins having weird omens associated with them, I guess, was a thing. Especially, well, we'll talk about it as it comes.
鬼の存在は結局村に溶け込んで消えてしまったということですか。
いいえ、消えたりなんかしないです。半分はしっかりと残ってたそうですよ。
このお話がね、その後に派生するたくさんの昔話、
Oh, no.
フィクションの原点になってるの。
Actually, I recommended the anime, I think, this one for you. But the one I was thinking about, Jason, was Chaos Child. That's the one I recommended to you. Because I know you really like Steins Gate, and I feel like Chaos Child is completely right up your alley. You'll love that.
だからこのお話がある意味基礎中の基礎。
Just not the anime. Do not watch Chaos Child's anime, and then you'll be perfectly fine.
ベーシックね。
原点ってどういう意味ですか。
How you doing, by the way?
村人たちは鬼の血を引いているという部分ですね。つまりこの辺りに伝わるさまざまな伝承や昔話は全部その村の人たちは鬼の血を引いているというのが前提になっているんです。
Yeah, I'm alright. Things have worked themselves out, and actually not too bad. It was kind of rough a little few days ago, but it's better now. That said, the pacing of the show is what really hurts it. So because Chaos Child is like what 50 to 70 hours, something ridiculous like that. Actually, it's longer, isn't it? I don't remember anymore. It's a long visual novel. It's tough to kind of cram that all into 12 episodes. So do yourself a favor and just read it.
あら、じゃあ前原くんは沼から鬼が現れて人間と交わったっていうのは本当にあった出来事だって信じてるのかしら？
信じないわけじゃないんですけど。
Really? That was the... I didn't know that. Huh, okay. Pat on the back. I think, okay, all right. I'm proud of myself. It's actually really interesting. Huh.
なんて説はどうでしょう。ちょっと子供じみてますかね。
別におかしくないわよ。実際に漂流偉人説を唱える人もいるもの。でも実際はどうなのかは誰にもわからない。
I'm pretty sure this was never mentioned in the show. Because I find this super interesting.
山賊化した偉人の集団だったのか、本当に地の底から来た鬼たちだったのかね。
じゃあ高野さんはどっちを信じてるんですか？
真相は別にして夢のある方を信じたいわね。その方が面白いでしょ。
Okay, I guess that is kind of you.
さて、いよいよここからよ。面白くなるのは。
どうしたシオン？
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。
村人たちに半分鬼の血が流れてるのは話したわね。実はその血なんだけど、鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血なんだって言われてるの。
Okay.
人食い鬼ですか？急に物騒な響きになりましたね。
その血は今でも村人たちには脈々と流れていてね。時折その血が眠りを覚ますと言われてるわ。人食い鬼だから何十年かに一度どうしても人肉が食べたくて仕方がなくなる周期があるんです。
Oh, we're still good. It's only 2020, right?
だからって村人同士で共食いするわけにはいかない。だから彼らはその度に人里へ降り鬼隠しをしたと伝えられてるわ。
何ですか？鬼隠しって。
平たく言えば鬼たちによる誘拐行為よ。 鬼ヶ淵村の村人たちが人里に押し寄せ、哀れな生贄を無理やり力ずくでさらったんですって。
それじゃあ鬼と何ら変わりないじゃないですか。お社様はどうしたんです？その村にとどまって人々を見守ってるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
もちろんお社様も了承してたそうよ。
Okay.
だから鬼隠しは無差別ではなく、神様が決めた生贄以外には誰もさらわなかったらしいし。
Okay, so how did the happy, peaceful, loving God that got demons and humans together was like, okay, kidnap the person that is not part of our group because you're hungry.
ほとんどの場合は一人か二人だったって記されてるわね。
Exactly, yeah. And that's a kind of like the only way I can explain it is just negative space.
そうして生贄をさらってきた夜にはね。
When you start to see all the things that are there, you start to also notice that it's easier to notice what's not there, right? Because everything is there. What's missing?
哀れな犠牲者を美味しくいただくため、綿流しの儀式が開かれたというわ。
All right, good night, Manu. It's like when someone has rolled every character in the gacha except a few characters, it's easier to say the things that they don't have, right? Negative space. There we go. Let's use that as an explanation. That sounds so stupid.
綿流しは確か冬の間に使った布団なんかに感謝するお祭りじゃなかったでしたっけ？
ケイちゃん、綿って言いません？臓物のこと。
Pretty sure that's a revelation. I did not know that.
綿？そういえば言うな。魚の綿っていう。え？
I mean, in the first chapter, the cotton was more like releasing sins into the water, right? So you become purified at the end.
綿流し。
そう、前原くんの想像している通りよ。今でこそ綿流しは毎年6月に行われるちょっと早い夏祭りに過ぎないけど、昔は違った。
Yeah, it's actually a very fitting time in the story to do so too.
哀れな食材をさらってきた夜にだけ開かれた。
Right, we're at the midpoint, at
凄
least
惨
past
な
it.
人食いの宴のことだったの。
It's a story about twins.
嘘だ。
前原くんはさっき綿流しは布団を清める儀式だと言ったわね。綿が詰まった布団って何を意味してると思うかしら？
布団は布団だろう。寝具、寝るための道具だよ。他に何の意味があるんだよ。
ではリカちゃんがやった奉納演舞を思い出してちょうだい。リカちゃんがあそこで何をしていたか。
わからねえよ。第一、リカちゃんの演舞は最後までちゃんと見てないし。
ケイちゃん、エキサイトしすぎです。
リカちゃんが持っていた、もううすうすは気づいてると思うけど、あれは田畑を耕すクワではなくて。
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't know that hoes were. Let me try to phrase that differently. I was about to say something like, I didn't know there was another kind of hoe. But hang on. What I meant was, I didn't know that there was a farming tool that was used for something other than plowing fields. There we go.
人間の腹をこじ開けるための解剖道具なのよ。
Damn, that's the creepiest Takano's face I've seen. Actually, hang on. Can I get a... She's drugged out.
平たく言えば、魚の綿を取り出して三角コーナーに捨てるのを仰々しく儀式仕立てにしたってことね。それで儀式はおしまい。その後はそれぞれの役割を持った村人たちがおのおのに肉を解体しておいしくいただいたって考えられてるわね。
高野さんももう少し言葉を選んでほしいです。ケイちゃんナイーブなんですから、あまりからかわないでください。
ごめんなさい。男の子だからショッキングな話は結構好きかと思って。
この辺まで話を聞けば、ケイちゃんにもこの細具殿の中にどういうものがあるのか理解できるようになってきませんか？ほら。
I mean, honestly, the tools in the shed were the first thing I started noticing, but okay. It was kind of dark, I understand.
.こういうのはね、医学の本場ドイツの文献の方がリアルに掲載されてるわよ。
Okay. I didn't know that actually.
もっと怖い言い方をするなら調理道具といったところかしらね。
Okay, you can stop now, Takano.
ほら。
Oh, that's actually kind of funny, because you can like mess around the light to mess with him, yeah.
ケイちゃん、あれ。
多分まな板じゃないかしら。犠牲者を拘束してこの台の上でお料理をしたんだと思うわね。
It should be, yes.
話には聞いてたけど、すごい。
まだまだあるわよ。どう？浪人業館より面白いでしょ？
How long have we been in this shed? Like, Rika can't seriously be still doing that ritual, right? God, portraying this in a.
人ってね、上手にやると結構殺さずに済むものらしいの。
Alright, thanks, Takano.
魔女狩りで有名な家系、火あぶりなんかはすぐに死んじゃうのよ。全身の皮膚が広範囲にわたって重度のやけどを負うと、組織の分解産物で中毒症状を引き起こし、重度なショックを併発しちゃうから。まあ確かにそれに至るまでがギロチンなんかに比べればはるかに長いところに残虐性があるんだけど。
高野さん、看護師さんですから。
Okay, hang on. I get that. That's cool and all. Why don't we just leave now? What's the point of staying in here again?
ところがね、ローマの時代の処刑方法にね、バーベキューと同じにね、金網で挟みつけて炭火でじっくりと焼いたんですって。これだとね、どういうわけかなかなか死なないらしいのよ。ものの本によると、一昼夜かけて片側が炭化するくらいこんがり焼いてもまだ意識があって流暢に話をしたなんて記述も出てくるから。
How do you know this?
その中にね、お腹を開いて腸をウインナーみたいに引っ張り出してウインチで引っ張り上げて晒し物にする刑があったんですって。
Well, I didn't know that was a thing. Certainly, I wasn't taught that in like history class.
臓物を引っ張り出すなんて聞いただけでもすぐに死んじゃいそうでしょ。
I think he's guarding the front door and making sure no one comes by.
でもね、丁寧に優しくやるとね、意識がはっきりとした状態のまま腹渡を引きずり出すことって可能らしいのよ。ウィンチで引っ張り出すっていうのはなんだか大行な方法だけど、もっと野蛮に裂いた腹から臓物をちぎっては投げちぎっては投げという、そんな恐ろしい刑もあったんじゃないかって十分。でも処刑者には意識があるの。それは痛い以上に恐ろしい体験なんでしょうね。ひなみ沢の、いえ、鬼ヶ淵村の綿流しもそんな感じだったのかしらね。ほら、耳を澄ませば聞こえてくるような気がしない？
Bells? Man, Takano is a natural bully. She knows exactly how to do this
これで
correctly.
軽く一周できたかしらね。面白いところでしょ。
ケイちゃん、
Man, in terms of acting, Takano's role must be so fun in this scene.
ヨーロッパの拷問道具にこういった鳥かごがたくさん登場するわね。日本にもあったなんて驚きだわ。
ケイちゃん、あれ中に入ってない？
In the bird cage?
人？ミイラ？
え？どれ？
私には何も見えないけど、見間違いじゃないの？これで前原くんにもなんとなく信じられるようになったんじゃないかしら。
Honestly, yeah. No, seriously, yeah. Because chapter 1, in my opinion, failed to convince me, if I were a first-time reader, which I was, I guess, right? To believe in the curse, right? Too much of it felt convenient, and you don't even see anything at the end. They hide that away from you. But in response, chapter 2, this is your evidence, right?
ひなみ沢に伝えられる恐ろしい儀式の数々が。
I mean, even if it's not a curse, it doesn't have to be for it to be really freaky, right? It's not like monster is the only thing that you gotta be scared of.
?中世の暗黒時代とかがそうだったように、ひなみ沢にも暗黒時代があった。
Sure.
そういうものなんだと解釈します。本当にひなみ沢でこういう恐ろしいことがあったのだとしても、それは大昔の出来事なんです。今暮らしているひなみ沢の人々とは何の関係もないことです。
前原くんは本当にひなみ沢が好きなのね。
でも高野さんはその風習が実は現代にも残っているんじゃないかと思って研究をしてるんです。
When she said that line, I read it hella mockingly. I'm sorry, even if she's smiling like that and she has like the most sultry, voluptuous voice I've heard in like an anime, that felt really mocking.
そうでしたよね。
I really love Takano's voice actress, by the way. I don't know what other work she's done.
これ本当に内緒なんだからね。しおんちゃんは理解のある人だから話したけど、他の村人には聞かれたくないの。下手をしたら罰当たり者ってことで袋叩きにされかねないんだから。前原くんも内緒にしてね。
Well, I mean, we're kind of forced into agreeing to this, so yeah, what is it?
知られたら私お社様のたたりに会うか生贄にされちゃうかするかもしれない。
Alright.
たたりなら今年はどんな死に方をさせられちゃうのかしら。生贄なら鬼ヶ淵の沼に生きたまま沈められちゃうのかしら。そういえば今夜よね。お社様のたたりがある夜は。
Man, she's having a lot of fun. I kind of know the feeling. Fun bullying kids? Hell yeah. Part of the life now.
本当は国会図書館で当時の新聞を探したいんだけどね。ほらここ。これは実際にあったお話よ。明治の終わり頃にね、鬼ヶ淵村で身元不明の惨殺死体が発見されたんですって。
I'm not really sure how long ago the Meiji era was, but okay, go on.
当時の警察の資料がほとんど残ってないそうだから、口伝と記憶によるものだけなんだけどね。ほら、これ不鮮明だけど、明治の頃の新聞の切り抜きみたい。
Oof, okay. Pulled apart. And missing the head? Oof, really? What the fuck?
どういう状況かわかるかしら？
Meiji was until 1912? Oh, okay. So not too far along.
被害者は生きながらにして全身の皮を剥がれ、あらゆる拷問を受けていじめ殺されたんですって。そして死後にもさらに遺体を分解解剖と残虐の限りを尽くしたのではないかって筆者は見ているわね。私はどの皇帝も生きているうちにやったんじゃないかって思ってるんだけどね。前原くんはどう思うかしら？
Okay.
その薄気味悪い事件が何だって言うんですか？
筆者はね、鬼ヶ淵村の恐ろしい習慣は明治以降の近代。ひょっとすると昭和初期くらいまでは残ってたんじゃないかって結んでるわ。
Okay, so just as she's giving evidence, obviously, that these types of customs are not too far away in the past, right? And that approaching kind of date that she's giving about when these murders / tortures existed kind of has that creeping feeling getting closer to Keiichi's. I like that effect, actually. And then, you know, the extra steps to get into the present are happening via this festival. Dizzy? Dizzy because of what you're reading, or dizzy because you need like water or something?
でも本当にあったとしたって昔のことですよね。明治なんて言ったらそれこそ100年くらい前の。
I mean, get some tea if you like.
たったよ。
We're not really going anywhere, man.
たった100年前のことよ。
Actually, that's surprisingly not too bad of a sprite.
それにね、昭和に入ってからだってあるんだから。
Yeah, we're all stuck in this shed watching Twitch, right?
終戦直後に騒ぎになった缶詰疑惑。あ、ごめんなさい。
Wait, canned flesh incident? That's a thing?
この話はタブーだったわよね。
え？今高野さんなんて言いました？缶詰疑惑って。
驚かせちゃったかな。
あら、二郎さんも見たくて我慢できなくなったかしら。
僕は遠慮させてもらうよ。
Yeah, she's having a little bit too much fun. Can you get me the fuck out of this shed?
生来ね、こういうのは苦手なんだ。それより演舞とセレモニーが終わってみんな沢の方に降りていったよ。あと何分もしないうちにお祭りは終わっちゃう。
いけない。前原くんがあまりにも聞き上手だから、またお話三昧になっちゃったわ。
Sure. Okay.
二郎さんは表で待っててくれるかしら。私はちょっと写真を撮るわね。本当はいくつか道具を持って帰りたいんだけど、それはさすがに無理そうだからね。
ん？ケイチ君も出るかい？
もう十分に見ましたので。シオン、もういいだろう。出ようぜ。綺麗な空気が吸いたいよ。
同感です。
Yeah, man. This section in the TV show was like what, 5 minutes at most.
出ましょう。
That felt like an age and a half. Now it makes me really curious what this 2020 adaptation is going to be like for Higurashi. Because reading the visual novel has given me such a different insight into this story that it kind of makes me wonder why I didn't read this a long time ago. But at the same time, if I read it a long time ago, I feel like I wouldn't be getting the same experience that I am now. Sure, I'm streaming it, but that's not really the point, right? All these like things that are popping into my head because of more knowledge about the medium.
どうだい？
Yeah, Higurashi, the anime at least, is from that area.
面白かったかい？
富武さんと一緒に留守番をしてればよかったです。
Hang on, let me quickly double check that. I'm actually kind of curious now. You're saying the visual novel, but I also remember the anime being around that time. The first Higurashi, season 1 was 2006. Yeah, 2006.
シオンちゃんはどうだったかな？
You know, actually, that's not a bad idea. Let me stand up and stretch a little bit as well. That was a pretty long section. Oh man. Let me also get some water, okay? I'll be back in, let's say, can you give me 2 minutes? I'll get some water really fast. Maybe use the restroom, do a few other things. I'll be back pretty fast. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
怖かったかい？
Fair question, right?
一応心の準備があった分怖くはなかったですけど、でもやっぱり実物は迫力あります。
Well, I mean, the majority of Higurashi, at least thus far, has been mostly your imagination, right? Because you have to read it, but you're not seeing it. Like, say, the anime. But the words itself should, like, conjure up the image.
Takano さんはおとなしく見物してたかな。ほら、彼女子供っぽいところがあるだろう。宝の山を前にさぞや興奮してたんじゃないかと思ってね。
Oh yeah, I agree. Sometimes a combination of it is what makes it best, right? The more you let the imagination roam, sometimes it's gonna be worse.
見るだけならいいんだけどね。こっそりと何かを持ち出したり、いじくりすぎて細具を壊したりしないかが心配なんだよ。
But a part of me expects nothing too bad because this is the PS3 version, right? And even then, if there's, I mean, there are other versions, but like if it got on console, I imagine it had to be kind of tame.
うん、やりかねないです。
本当に何も壊したりしなかったかな。なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねるような音がよく聞こえたからね。僕は不安で不安で。
ごめんなさい。フィルムがなくなっちゃったわ。二郎さん、フィルムが余ってたら分けてくれないかしら。
This has mostly been a pretty relaxing stream of Higurashi. I mean, every Higurashi stream feels like that, at least to me. But like, the major revelation I had today was that new alternative way of thinking of Higurashi.
もう予備のフィルムは切れちゃったよ。
Well, there was one scene I remember watching last time. Actually, yeah, I watched it with Manu, and I was talking about this one scene that I saw near the end of Season 2, and I thought to myself, I think this is a commentary about X, but I wasn't sure about it.
申し訳ないね。
もういついかなる時でもフィルムを残しておかないと決定的スクープ写真なんか撮れないわよ。
I mean, isn't that kind of how like it should be though? Like when you become more, what's the word? Not invested, but and it's not desensitized either. More familiar, I guess, with a genre, then it's not as shocking as it was before. Although I'm not really sure if something that's supposed to be super tense should naturally become relaxing after huge amounts of exposure. I don't think that should be the case, but Higurashi is that for me.
仕方ないわね。
I mean, just to give you an idea of how big of a Higurashi fan I was, I mean, God, I freaking cosplayed a character from Higurashi, had a bunch of posters, watched it more than 10 plus times. Started out in middle school, I remember watching it. What other Higurashi things were kind of a thing for me? Had an email named after a Higurashi fucking reference. Like, get real, man. Like, I'm kind of cringing thinking about it right now. I watched like the motion graphic videos before the anime was fully released. I didn't even understand Japanese, but I still liked it that much. Did I cosplay Sakano? Hell no. Yeah, and I still didn't read the VNs, right? A part of me was super scared that the amount of things that I enjoyed in the anime, and I promise you it wasn't just like gore, but like the actual lesson of the story, it left such an impression on me that I didn't want to ruin it. I was really scared that reading the visual novel would leave me with a worse impression of it. And so it took me until 2020 to finally read this VN, and for the most part, I do have my critiques about it, don't get me wrong, but you you come away from a reading of the VN with a different idea of what's being emphasized. Whereas I kind of felt like I had to search for it in the anime, and I couldn't just let it go past my face, right? I had to actually actively think about it. I think the VN, sure, you gotta think about it, but it's really there in your face.
高野さん、何も持ち出してないだろうね。
失礼ね。
Well, thank you. I feel super flattered. Thank you, Yukina.
そこまで子供じゃないつもりよ。
I don't really feel like most of my conversations about the visual novel have really amounted to much right now. Because so much of it's holding back, right? But, thank you, really.
よし、僕たちも沢に行こう。綿を流すところくらいやらないとお祭りに来た意味がないよ。
I still find it superbly weird that, well, not in a terrible way. Don't ever think that. I just find it really funny that visual novel streams are the streams that I look forward to the most. But they're also like, it's counterintuitive to what would be considered popular on Twitch, right? Oh, yeah, I do have a question, though. Does anyone know of any other streams that are dedicated to visual novels? Not like a one-time go. I mean, like, legitimately this guy or lady visits visual novels on the regular.
もうこれっきりにしてくれよ。十分に知的好奇心は満たせただろう。
まさか。
I mean, I will tell you that if the Umaneko remake happens, it's gonna be like at the top of my list to stream. And I have so much to say about that without having to hold back, because my memory of Umaneko is so faded that it would be almost a new experience.
むしろ新しい興味を惹かれるような発見ばかりよ。今日のでこれまでの仮説が一気に現実になったわ。
I mean, if it happens, I'm willing to put money into making them do the best product they can.
これで今後の調べ方がだいぶ変わってくるんだから。
What? Really? Wow. Now I feel like I'm just being buttered up. Kokards is a pretty big guy, but I guess well, he doesn't really analyze visual novels, but he does enjoy it at least. And thank you, really.
まずったな。
This isn't your first time watching me do a visual novel stream, right, Yukinon? Because if that's the case, then I really recommend that you check our archives for the other things that I've covered.
綿流しの一番いいところを撮影し損ねたよ。
あら、まだ遅くないわよ。
Yeah, Samian Files was something special. I'm super happy that Uchikoshi kind of bounced back from ZTD, because ZTD was... I mean, I feel like the crickets are saying enough, right?
私が言って流すんだから。
It was very complex.
私を取ってはくださらないのかしら?
It was like, I was living in the worst timeline.
じゃあね、前原くん、しおんちゃんも。
僕たちは今からでも沢に行ってみるよ。
I don't think I've been in that position before where, like, I've been told so many times that a story was really kind of a letdown, and the only thing that I said in my head was, "There's no way." Like, come on, man. Everyone has to be wrong. There's no way that someone as talented as this writer would screw up the finish. I'm like,
君たちも一緒に来るかい?
I learned today.
まさかお二人の邪魔なんてできません。どうぞごゆっくり。
Also, you've been around for a while then. Okay, I'm happy to hear that's the case. If you haven't checked out the Love streams, I recommend that. They have some analysis into them, and they're really fun, for sure. I feel like the Zero Escape series, I had a lot of interesting theories for people who were watching that. I know I've been told that. And for people who knew the ending to ZTD, all of them told me the exact same thing, which was, damn. Like, no, seriously. They were like, wow, that's such an interesting theory. And then, like, I'm sorry that I can't tell you anything. Like, oh, I took that as like, shit, man, I must be on the, I have to have a good idea of what's happening, right? And I was like super proud of myself and had this smug ass face, and then like, God freaking ZTD, man. I'm so pissed off by it.
疲れちゃいました。
同感だな。俺も疲れた。
ケイちゃんは綿流し初めてなんですよね。私なんか気にしないで行ってきてください。私は疲れちゃったんで、人混みはちょっとパスしておきます。
So I'm trying to think right now, what's another way to approach Chapter 2's story? So, give me a second. Because right now I'm thinking, like, is there anything that I can mention without spoiling to give people the right idea in navigating through this story? I'll think about that more. I feel like the first few ideas that I said kind of really help out in understanding it.
お姉たちがケイちゃんのことを探してるかもしれませんから。行ってきてください。
あ、そうだ。ミオンたちと別れたままそれっきりだったな。探してると悪い。
You always thought of Love as a fan service? What, really? Interesting.
お姉ってすっごく嫉妬深いんです。私がケイちゃんを独占してたことがバレるといろいろうるさいんで、今夜のことは秘密にしておいてくださいね。そういう意味だけじゃないですよ。今夜私たちがしたことを思えば秘密にするのは当然です。
I mean, isn't that kind of the issue though? Right? I was saying that how Xion is the mediator or intermediary between isn't it more like mediator? Whatever. She's a mediator between Keiichi and Mion, right? And or at least that's initially what I thought, and how she tries to get the two together. But now it feels different. It feels like distinctly she's trying to drive us apart. Trying to think of an example scene of that. She teases Mion so far past the point where she's pushing her away versus before, I think. Well, I mean, before she took on the... Okay, hang on. Let me try that again. I feel like there's a distinct difference right now between this Xion and the Xion up before. And you can kind of tell through her interaction in trying to wedge herself in between Mion and Keiichi, okay? That's my opinion. I feel like before, you could tell that she was trying to get the characters together, but something has changed. And so it's harder to see a character who speaks the same, who might look the same as Mion, right? But is no longer the same, right? The outside is very much... Sorry, the outside might look the same, but the inside is very much changed. Okay, that's one thing. So why did I bring up that again? Okay, so, as I said before, the beginning of the chapter has us confusing Xion and Mion, right? We can't figure out whether they're individuals or they're like one group consciousness or some shit like that. And Keiichi he struggles to see the opposite, right? He struggles to see what's on the other side. And that idea of struggling to see the opposite perspective, that flip, right? That major switch from slice of life to horror in this story is gonna be, I promise you, recurring. Very much part of the theme of what Higurashi's story is about. Okay, so now that we have that, why is it important to talk about the middle ground here? The person in between two sides. I think that's because of blank. Give me a second, because the thought literally just dropped from my head and fell onto the floor. I'm trying to pick it off the ground right now and shove it back into my head. So hang on, what was it again? Why does the middle ground matter?
今夜起こるかもしれないお社様のたたり。
Oh, I remember.
私たち4人が最有力候補なんですからね。
It's because there's a reason why Ryukishi is writing specific groups right now. So what's the commonality between Takano, Tomitake, Shion, and Keiichi? Anyone? It's a very easy answer. What do they all have in common? Well, they also have another thing in common, but right now,
じゃあ私はお姉に出くわす前に退散します。
they're all single, please. Okay, they're all outsiders, exactly, right? And so the issue between outsider and insider is that there's no middle ground anymore, right? There's just a straight up line in between the two. There is no Shion, in quotes, between outsiders and insiders, right? And because that's the case, the flip between slice of life to horror is so sudden, and it feels like it's a disconnect between the life that you've known before, right? It feels like the connection is not there. There's no way to ease you into that. Now, that's not necessarily true, right? Because Ryukishi, he eases you in quotes, by giving you foreshadowing, by giving you clues to move from the happy school life moments into the actual horror, right? That he writes that in to make it easier for you. But for the characters themselves, that flip from I had a happy life to fuck, what the hell am I doing here? That this village is crazy. There might be like an angry deity after me. That flip feels very sudden, right?
今日は本当に疲れてるから、お姉とやり合えるだけの体力はないですし。
So to summarize essentially what I'm saying, to keep it super simple, the relationship that Keiichi and Mion have with Shion in the middle is actually indicative of how this story functions, the actual chapter, but also the future chapters that you're going to see. The problem is there's no one in the middle to help two sides come together, and that people think that the flip of the story is somehow disconnected. The characters themselves can't see that they're actually two sides of the same coin. It's just like you are no longer the same person, right? It's someone else. Rena isn't actually Rena. She's a person that looks like Rena, for example.
シオンってミオンと仲がいいのか悪いのか
And now
よくわからないな。
we have some pretty distinct commentary actually about insider outsider mentality, xenophobia, I think actually, and nationalism. Specifically within this chapter, right? We learned from Takano inside the shed that there's a theory on why Onis came to exist in folklore, okay? And it was the foreigner outsider theory. I forgot exactly what she said, but it's foreigner something, right? They thought that people from overseas with different skin pigment and different physical features were actually like demons or something. And so then you have that brought into the story, right? You have people from other countries being perceived as demons. Drifting foreigner theory, thank you.
仲いいですよ。
So then, even though right now it might not be super clear how I'm reading this as a commentary on historical identity post-World War II, but I feel Ryukishi, if he is making that commentary, will reveal it in the coming chapters. Well, just have it in the back of your head, because I'm still very curious if that's the case as well, but I'm actually strongly believing it now. The way he's setting it up, that kind of distinct splitting, that insider-outsider mentality,
俺は一人っ子だからよくわかんないな。
specifically talking about the theory about drifting foreigners.
せいぜい仲良くしろよ。
はい。余計なおせっかいと受けたまわります。
And future knowledge that I have of this story.
それじゃあ私はこの辺で。ケイちゃんも急いで行った方がいいですよ。本当に綿流しが終わっちゃいます。
And the thing is, they really don't try to hide how bad humanity has been in the past, right? It's not just Japan. It's also in Rome, right? It's also in Europe. It's also well, yeah, ancient Japan as well, right? People have done terrible things. Human torture has been around for more than a few centuries. It contributes to the horror aspect of the story. Don't get me wrong, but what else does it say?
でも本当にあの音は何だったんでしょうね。不愉快というか、気味が悪いというか。
She said something about a sound inside the shed. I do recall it. And I think she saw something too.
え、何の音だって？
Like her head is bobbing around.
音ですよ。ドタンバタンって。
Well, I heard the bell, but not the banging noise.
うるさかったじゃないですか。
ごめん、シオン。はしょらないで最初から説明してくれないか。何がうるさかったって？
ケイちゃん、あれ気にならなかったんですか？
シオン、冗談抜きで初めから説明してくれないか。音がどうしたって？
ケイちゃんこそ冗談抜きで本当に気にならなかったんですか？
もう一度聞くからな。質問は俺からだ。じゃあ聞くぞ。音がしたって何のことだ？
ドタンバタンって、なんだかどこか遠くの板の間で子供が跳ねてるような。本当に気にならなかったんですか？
気にならないも何も。
Honestly, if you were hearing that, that would be the very first thing that I would say. Hey guys, do you seriously not hear that?
そんな音いつ聞こえた？俺は何も聞いてないぞ。
ちょっとケイちゃん、それ本気で言ってるんですか？さっき最後伝の中で高野さんと一緒に見て回ってる最中、高野さんが昔話を始めた頃からかな、少しずつだんだんとちょくちょくと。
嘘だろ？最後の最後で怖がらせるのはなしだぜ、おい。
ケイちゃんこそ怖がらせないでください。なんだか高野さんの怖い話に合わせて音を立ててるようで、私ずっと薄気味悪かったんですから。ケイちゃんも高野さんも全然意にも介さない風だったので、私も聞こえないふりをずっとしてましたけど、聞こえましたよね。何度かはすごく大きな音でしたから。
She might be feeling a little sick, guys. We should, send her home, get some sleep. She's a little bit tired, that's all. She's hearing things, exactly.
Ah. なんだよ、突然。
引っかかりましたね、ケイちゃん。嘘ですよ。嘘。
はあ？
Okay.
I なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねるような音がよく聞こえたからね。
I actually missed that. You heard that?
僕は不安で不安で。
Okay, alright, here we go, guys.
Keiichi, 見つけたなのです。
Oh shit! Okay, that would be jump scare in Hollywood time, my favorite. You know what, guys? I think Hollywood does some of the best adaptations for anime. I would love to see them do a Dragon Ball Z, Death Note, and Higurashi live adaptation straight from Hollywood, man. I believe it. I can't wait to have very loud violins when Rika grabs Keiichi's shoulders from behind.
やっと見つけた。
Mion? That doesn't sound American enough. Mion's name is Millie.
あとはさとこか。
And her twin sister, Christian Ambers.
今年はみんなはぐれちゃったね。
Or Shelly, yeah, sure. Let's go. I don't know. I like the idea of her name not having any connection whatsoever.
来年からはちゃんと合流場所を決めておきたいな。はあ、
そうだね。やっぱりお祭りはみんなと一緒でないとね。
It's Mion, you're right.
ケイイチは僕の演舞はちゃんと応援してくれましたですか？
ああ、ちゃんと見てたぜ。最後までちゃんと頑張ったな。ミスもなかったし。
You know what? As this kind of side thing, I'm really curious. What are some of the most atrocious localizations that exist? I mean, I don't mean like terrible grammar and hard to read sentences. I mean like they really butchered this work, and the characters have like no resemblance to who they once were. Yeah, but Ghost Stories is like, I would say, the best example of a localization that had too much freedom, right? Like that's like on the end of the spectrum of like we're changing the completely, we're pretty much changing the source material.
そうだよリカちゃん。あんなのはミスのうちに入らないよ。
ケイちゃんはやった？
Wait, what was that? Did you see that? What the hell? I wish I got. If I just go back a few frames, you would have been able to see like some weird thing behind her back.
綿をもらって沢に流した？
Oh shit, Garci's wing. Oh, I wanna watch Garci's wing.
あれ？そうなのケイイチくん。早く行かないと終わっちゃうよ。終わっちゃうよ。
ごめん。初めてのお祭りだからさ。よくルールがわからなくて。
そうだったね。ごめん。ねえケイちゃん。
I don't know why this still has not gotten old yet.
なんだよ。
Like just switching sprites still makes me laugh.
シオンには合わなかった？
No. Why are you so angry?
いや、でも。
Well, man, angry Mion? This is a good new look. Be angry more often.
うん、姿を見たような。でも、ミオンとそっくりだからな。ミオンだったのかもしれないし。
そんなに間違えないでしょ？服装だって違うんだから。
そうだよな。
しょうがないなシオンは。まああいつのことだから放っておいても大丈夫かな。
That's the sentence you end on? Okay. Okay. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I'm skipping the tips. I want to keep moving on with the story. Now, however, it is 1:33 in the morning, and a part of me wants to do something silly. I kind of want to do Jackbox. It's been a while since we've done anything with the community together, you know, other than read visual
どう
novels.
したのケイチ？
You veto me goofing around? Fine, punk.
昨べは何時に寝たの？
No, no, I see how it is. All right, you want to keep reading this? I get it.
12時には寝たつもりだけど、昨日はなんだか寝つきが悪くてさ。
お祭りではしゃぎすぎて興奮して眠れなかったんでしょ。
I didn't get Drawful too, actually.
違うよ。
I was just thinking about getting the newest one, Jackbox 6. I mean. I feel like, I know I just saw you like several minutes ago, technically last night, but that entire section in the shed took more than a few hours, right? Maybe that wasn't the case, but it really felt like it. Jeez, man.
おはよう。どういうわけか寝つきが悪くてな。そんなわけで今日は寝不足だ。
昨日のお祭りは楽しかったね。レナも興奮がなかなか冷めなくてなかなか寝れなかったんだよ。こういうお祭りが何度もあればいいのにね。またみんなで大盛り上がり。は
う。まあ、そうだな。
Wait, what? Okay, I was gonna say. That's you know, I don't think I've ever had that thought in my head before. I don't need to be scared of this because it happened so long ago.
みーちゃん遅いね。
I mean, let me try to apply that thought to anything. For me at least. I don't need to be scared of gas prices because it happened so long ago. Gas prices legitimately scare me. Okay, so that doesn't work. I don't need to be scared of an atomic bomb because it happened so long ago. I mean, technically that's true, but still, really.
この時間になっても来ないときは先に行ってもいい約束になってるんだけど、どうする？どうするかな、ケイチ君。もう行かないと遅刻になっちゃうかも。
I guess just like the immediacy of things still being ever present doesn't really help for that.
来るよ。学校休むって電話があったわけじゃないだろ。もう5分待ってみようぜ。な。
Oh man, I'm starting to feel hella drowsy. Man, I wonder what happened too. I used to be able to go for a lot longer, but now it feels like I'm struggling to stay awake. Like I have a normal sleep schedule. Wow.
みーちゃん、遅い遅い。
待っててくれたわけ？先に行っちゃってもよかったのに。
みーちゃん、ひょっとして具合悪くない？
レナの手冷たいな。
Okay, so are you feeling alright?
みーちゃん、ちょっとだけど熱あるよ。
Oh shit, it's over. First signs of COVID in Hinamizawa. We're dead, guys.
そんな大したことないよ。半日もすればケロッと治っちゃうって。
本当に大丈夫かよ。あんまり無理するなよ。
あれ、ケイちゃん気遣ってくれるの？嬉しいな。
Interesting.
無理しない方がいいと思うな。先生にはお休みだって伝えとくよ。
大丈夫大丈夫。風邪薬も飲んだし、すぐに効いてくると思うから。
Flex her bike. Okay, sure.
じゃあ行こうか。くれぐれも無理するなよ。時間。
For some reason, I read that very differently. I thought she was doing that emote that we see in the chat where she's flexing her abs or something.
走らないと間に合わない。
スリリングな朝になっちゃったね。鈍った体にはちょうどいいカツかもね。走ろう。
みーちゃんだって最上級生だよ。自分の体のことは自分で一番よくわかってるよ。
よし、俺たちも行こうぜ。
I mean, we're in the slice of life section, so I mean, feel free to get some soup. I might just go to sleep pretty soon, though. Cause I'm feeling like Keiichi right now, man.
Ah, いってててて、何しやがるサトコ。
私は何もしてないでございますわ。
お前以外にこんないたずら誰がするんだよ。あ、消しゴムじゃなくてチョークか。
Oh, the teacher? Okay.
前原くん、お顔を洗ってらっしゃい。
はい。喜んで。
This kind of reminds me. I've actually never fallen asleep in class before, except once. And the one time I fell asleep in class, the teacher was actually okay with it. I was like, shit, thank you. Yeah, that's actually probably the implication, the black key holding thing. I don't know. I mean, I tried to be respectful towards my teachers. So if I felt like if I fall asleep, I would give the wrong impression. But the thing is, like, I was really studious in high school, so falling asleep then would be. First, the classes were really small, so if I were to fall asleep, everyone would notice. And it was also my history class.
やっぱケイちゃんはこっちの流しを選んだか。表の方が気分いいもんね。
見ようか。
Wait, what? How did your boss respond to that?
授業サボるなよな。ミオン、具合の方はいいのかよ。眠いのは寝不足じゃなくて薬の副作用なんだろ。
実は内緒なんだけど、昨日はお祭りの後で親族の宴会に巻き込まれちゃってさ。それで実はエンドレスに突入しちゃって。
A bit of alcohol? Okay, alright.
つまり本当に寝不足なのかよ。徹夜明けならそうと言え、紛らわしい。
勘弁してよ。体調が悪いのは本当なんだからさ。
心配して損したぞ。たくミオンらしいというかなんというか。
Also, I'm pretty sure that's something that Mion wouldn't actually do.
ああ、でも頭がガンガンするのは本当。だからさ、さっき先生に早退していいって言われちゃった。
Yeah, because the Mion I know, for the most part, takes responsibility pretty carefully.
あ、ずるいやつ。じゃあミオンはもうこれで帰りなのか。
うん、申し訳ないけどね。
What'd you do? Sorry? Okay, got it.
今日は家でおとなしく寝させてもらうわ。部活できなくて申し訳ないね。今日はケイちゃんがリーダーってことでやってくれない？
多分無理だと思うぜ。
Okay.
俺たち部活は全員揃った時しかやらないっていう暗黙の了解があるだろ
う。Right. Suspicious.
ミオンがバイトに行ってる時はいつもそのままお開きだったんだぜ。
That line one more time. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is a sign of a really fantastic friendship. I'm glad he realizes that now, at least.
じゃあな、俺は教室に戻るぜ。帰りは気をつけろよ。
Okay, straight up. I think the scene has given us enough clues that that's not freaking Mion. I'm sorry.
フラフラして速攻や用水路に落ちるなよ。
あ、そうそう、ケイちゃん。
なんだ？
変なこと聞くけど、深く考えないで答えてね。
そりゃ内容によりけりだな。
昨日の綿流しの晩さ、富武さんと高野さんに会わなかった？富武さんと高野さんはわかるよね。ほらケイちゃん、お祭りの前日準備の時、シオンと一緒に4人でお話ししてたでしょ。
Okay, Mion was there, but she left for a little while. Why? What's up?
さあ、どうかな。あったような、合わなかったような。
It's possible, Data.
そう。じゃあもう一つ質問ね。同じく夕べ、シオンに会わなかった？
それ昨日も聞いたよな。俺会ったかどうかわからないって答えたと思ったぜ。ん？
そうだっけ？また改めて聞いたら違う答えが返ってくるかなって思ってさ。
Oh shit! My favorite Mion is back.
本当に会ってないんだね。
どうして会ったかどうかをそんなに気にするんだよ。
大したことじゃないの。富武さんと高野さんと悪く言ってる人たちがいるの。
May I know who these fools are and the shit they are saying, please?
何が悪いんだかはよく聞いてないんだけどね。
Oh, how convenient.
私、ケイちゃんが悪いことをするなんて信じてないから。
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more clear in the visual novel. You have a little bit more time to, recognize who they are, and you have the internal thoughts of Keiichi.
でも、ちょっとだけ聞いてみたかったから聞いてみたの。不愉快な思いをさせてごめんね。ケイちゃんは富武さんとも高野さんとも、そしてシオンとも一緒じゃなかった。そうだよね。
ああ。
よかった。私言っとくね。ケイちゃんは何にも悪いことには加わってないって。みんなにちゃんと言っておくからね。
What? That line feels really weird. One more time, please. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? People are talking shit about your group here, the group of outsiders, bam. But I don't believe that you did something bad. The problem is you're a terrible liar, Keiichi. So, hang on. Kei-chan, you weren't with Tomitake Takano or Shion, right? Yeah. I finally wrung out an answer between ragged breaths. Oh my, please! Keiichi, do you have a pair of aces in your hands? I do. Okay, got it, buddy. That's good. I'll have to tell him you weren't involved in anything bad. Okay. Still, something popped into my head. I forgot what the fuck it was. Hang on. Oh, I remember it now. She's also cutting a split in between the groups of outsiders.
明日は元気になってるから。バイバイ。
Conveniently, Keiichi finds himself alone pretty often, huh?
こら、遅いですよ前原くん。顔を洗うだけなのに時間がかかりすぎです。
Well, I mean, I was just talking with Mion. She had several questions. That's a pretty fair answer.
あ、すみません。ついミオンとおしゃべりを。
さあ、お勉強に戻りますよ。早く早く。
I was never.
ケイチ、今日はずっと元気がないのです。
I was never really crazy about Seal as a character, but Chie Sensei, though, man.
昨日大はしゃぎしすぎたからに違いありませんわ。
迷子になって目を真っ赤にさせて半泣きしてたやつに言われたくねえ。
I don't know. I'd like to think that the Tsukihime character finished her job and went straight to teaching.
ゆうべのさとこちゃん、かわいかったよ。はう。じゃあね、ケイチくん。また明日ね。
Alright, that's a good spot to call it quits. She's even saying, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. I'm about or not more sleepy than Keiichi is. I'm not even sure that was practically... What am I saying again? That's how tired I am. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna get some sleep. Anyway, if you enjoyed the stream, which I hope you did, please follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. Links provided in the chat for your convenience. I recommend that you follow us on our Twitter and our Facebook if you haven't already to be notified of streams and events. Same with our Discord. If you don't have Twitter or Facebook, Discord does the same thing. It also has an after-hour stream in case you want to hang out with us and watch TV shows or movies. If you're interested in joining us for the Visual Novel Book Club, we are going to be reading Tsubahime Shiki pretty soon. Well, we have about a week before we actually start. So if you want to get involved with the book club, please DM me on Discord and I'll invite you. Is there anything else to mention? Yes, actually. So there's 2 streamers on FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. This Saturday, I will not be streaming. This Sunday, I will. Spirit Juice covers Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. PST. So if you ever forget when we stream, 8 p.m. All right, guys, take it easy. I'm going to go ahead and host a stream, and I'm going to sleep pretty soundly. I'm pretty damn tired right now.